Chapter 635. Xiao Duo cursed in his heart, but he still felt like his heart was about to explode from happiness. Come quickly, I'll send you the location. I'll prepare the food and wine. I have the best food and wine waiting for you. Ha ha ha. I'll call Li Chenglong to come back. Qin Fangyang only felt the thick ice in his heart melting layer by layer. For a moment, he felt a sense of loss. He couldn't help but smile and say, okay. Teacher Qin put down his phone and looked at the sky. And it was 8:30 in the morning. Lunch would be a good time. Qin Fangyang found a lakeside and looked at his face and the wounds on his body while facing the quiet lake water. He calmly took off his clothes and jumped into the lake to clean himself up. Then, he went ashore and carefully treated all the wounds on his body. He tried his best to make it as inconspicuous as possible. He drank 4 bottles of the life origin water that he was reluctant to drink before. He wasn't stingy with the pills that could restore his cultivation and blood. He swallowed several of them. After another round of meditation, he was full of energy again. Then, he found a clean set of clothes from his spatial ring and put them on. He even changed his boots. Then, he took out a pair of razors and carefully shaved off the messy beard that he hadn't shaved for several months, revealing his handsome face. He even trimmed his hair in front of the water. His whole person looked like a brand new person with extraordinary vigor. A snow-white shirt and a neat outer garment. This kind of formality made Qin Fangyang feel a little uncomfortable and flustered. But he still held it in. After all, he was going to Hidden Dragon High School to visit his own student. She had to give the child face, so she had to do it. This time, he was Xiaoduo's martial arts teacher. He came to Hidden Dragon High School. He represented not only himself, but the entire Phoenix City's second high school. He Yuanyue, Li Changjiang, Hu Ruoyun, Luo Lai, Jiang Zhangbin, and Phoenix City. He represented everyone's face. Qin Fangyang realized that his mentality was a little abnormal. He was a little excited and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Then, he covered his chest and said softly, "Are you happy? I'll go see the children. I'll tell you the details after you've finished reading. The child hasn't forgotten us." He stood there quietly for a moment before taking a step forward. He flew towards Fenghai City at lightning speed. His figure was like a wisp of smoke, moving faster and faster. Qin Fangyang forced himself to calm down, but he couldn't control the fact that his speed was getting faster and faster. He also couldn't control the urgency and even the burning feeling in his heart. My child. The child I raised with all my heart. Although it has only been 6 or 7 months, how much have you all grown? Xiaoduo was also overjoyed. He felt like his heart was about to explode. He ran back and forth in the courtyard twice and even ran to Granny Shi's courtyard. He jumped twice and announced, "Granny Shi, my teacher Qin is coming to see me." Grandma Shi was in the middle of sorting vegetables. Hearing this, she straightened her back and looked at him. She smiled and said, "Teacher Qin. Looking at how excited you are, you must be my teacher, right? Be careful not to make your teacher Wen jealous." Ah. Xiaoduo chuckled and scratched his head. "Since your teacher is coming to see you, you have to tell your teacher Wen." Grandma Shi reminded him, this kind of communication between teachers is the best thing to do. Your teacher Wen will definitely come. Xiaoduo suddenly understood and said, "Okay. Prepare more food and wine tonight. There will probably be a lot of people for tonight's meal." Grandma Shi reminded him. "Okay." Xiaoduo nodded. Then, he skipped all the way back to his room and called Wen Xingtian to inform him of this matter. Then, Xiaoduo excitedly went out to buy vegetables. Although there were many good things in the ring, Sua Xiaoduo still felt that it wasn't enough. Especially, there weren't enough vegetables that were qualified. Sua Xiaoduo left a trail of dust and went to first-grade firmament. Yes, he was going there to buy vegetables. Now that he had a mountain of gold, of course he could be willful with money. Compared to Sua Xiaoduo's joy, Wen Xingtian immediately became serious. Wen Xingtian had heard the name Qin Fangyang so many times that his ears grew calluses. He didn't know how many times he had heard it from Sua Xiaoduo and Li Changlong. In Wen Xingtian's opinion, at least one point was worth affirming, and there was no doubt about it. Although he was very confident and he had done his best to teach students, at least in Sua Xiaoduo and Li Changlong's hearts, Qin Fangyang's position was still unshakable. He could never replace Qin Fangyang's position in the hearts of these two geniuses. To put it bluntly, if he and Qin Fangyang were to meet with death at the same time, Sua Xiaoduo and Li Changlong would only save Qin Fangyang first. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level, it was because of their deep friendship. It was this understanding that made Wen Xingtian very curious. This Qin Fangyang, what kind of person was he? How could his charisma be so great? Therefore, he had already checked Qin Fangyang's information many times. Qin Fangyang probably couldn't remember many small things, but Wen Xingtian knew. The more he checked, the more he admired him. The more he checked, the more he appreciated him. An absolute man, an absolute man, an absolute warrior, an absolute lover, and an absolute good teacher. A teacher who could burn his own legacy for the sake of his students. It would be strange if such a teacher couldn't obtain the sincerity of his own students. Now that Qin Fangyang was here, Wen Xingtian thought more than Sua Xiaoduo. Wasn't this a test for him? Wasn't this a test for the Hidden Dragon Realm? This matter could be said to be very small, but it could also be said to be very big. If the Hidden Dragon Realm didn't pay much attention to it, after Qin Fangyang left, Sua Xiaoduo and Li Changlong would at least hold a grudge against him even if they didn't cause any trouble. Wen Xingtian immediately informed Yi Changqing about this matter. Yi Changqing also felt that the Hidden Dragon Realm couldn't be weak. Then he told Xiang Quangren about this matter. Xiang Quangren felt that this was an opportunity. He straightforwardly said that he would bring Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing to attend the ceremony. Then, Vice Principal Gao also said that he was about to be transferred away. He had already handed over all his work. At this last moment, if he could strengthen the Hidden Dragon Realm's reputation, he wouldn't pass on his responsibility. Vice Principal Ching had already returned to the Hidden Dragon Realm. Although he hadn't returned to his original position, he had already started to participate in the school's management. He also said that he wanted to drink a few cups of wine. Sua Xiaoduo and Li Changlong had helped a lot in the Qing family's affairs. Vice Principal Ching had long wanted to thank them in person, so he wanted to take this opportunity to thank Qin Fangyang face to face. After all, they were his students. As for the other vice principals, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, and Vice Principal Lu had already been relieved of their duties. They were even locked up. The people from Shangjing were on their way here. When they arrived, they would be escorted back. These three wouldn't come. However, the other vice principal, the already disabled Vice Principal Lu, was given a strict order by Yi Changqing. He must come. In Yi Changqing's opinion, Vice Principal Lu was the glory of the Hidden Dragon Realm. In order to protect his students, he had become disabled for life. It was to show the spirit of the Hidden Dragon Realm. Although Vice Principal Lu was disabled, if he didn't come, Yi Changqing would feel a little weak when facing Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang was willing to burn his soul for his students. Who in the Hidden Dragon Realm could do that? Vice Principal Zhan, the father of teacher Zhan Xiaofei, said that he had to drink this wine. There were also 3 vice principals who didn't have much of a presence. One was in charge of logistics, one was in charge of cultural theory, and the last one was in charge of miscellaneous affairs. They had also received Yi Changqing's notice. However, the three of them were used to not having much of a presence. They politely declined and said that they wouldn't join in the fun. "We're in the Hidden Dragon realm for our retirement. If we go, we'll only lose face. We won't go and embarrass ourselves." Yi Changqing said that he understood. The three of them had long been focused on their retirement. They weren't young anymore. There was no room for improvement in their cultivation. They were only a few decades away from the end of their lifespans. Even if they didn't have any desires, they were close. Zhang Xiaofei strongly expressed that he had to go this time. He had to go. No matter what, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were brought to the Hidden Dragon realm by him. He had to drink this wine. He had to go even if he didn't want to. Vice Principal Zhang directly scolded him away. "You're going to drink too. We're going to share the same table. You want to be on equal footing with me." Teacher Zhang Xiaofei covered his face and left. He was still unwilling. In short. In total, those who were prepared to attend the banquet from the Hidden Dragon realm were Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Vice Principal Liu, Vice Principal Xiang, Vice Principal Qing, Vice Principal Zhan, Vice Principal Gao. There were also two juniors, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. In addition, Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiaoduo. Of course, there was one person who couldn't be ignored. That was Grandma Shi. However, Grandma Shi wasn't someone who was invited by Yi Changqing. She had long been listed as the top guest of Zhou Xiaoduo's banquet. Her position was even higher than Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing. It could be said that if all the people at the Hidden Dragon realm were to be caught in one fell swoop, the Hidden Dragon realm would never be able to recover from this setback. There would be no future to speak of. It was also very possible that the Hidden Dragon realm would collapse like ice. Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing were both preparing themselves. Especially Wen Xingtian, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Zhou Xiaoduo rarely treated people. He didn't understand at all what Qin Fangyang's visit meant. Perhaps after knowing the considerations of both sides, he would laugh in his heart and think that Qin Fangyang was making a big fuss over nothing. But these matters, whether it was Qin Fangyang, Yi Changqing, or Wen Xingtian, they all knew about it. Moreover, they paid attention to it and cared about it very much. In the end, it was just one word. Shame. The good children that I painstakingly trained have come to your side. How have you taught them? These two children, in my hands, are the seeds of peerless geniuses. Under my education, they didn't let down their aptitude at all. In my hands, they already have the potential to soar into the sky. Now that they're in your hands, what have you done? What are the abilities of you bunch of teachers? Can I rest assured and hand my children over to you? The Hidden Dragon realm, from top to bottom, is ready for battle. Chapter 636. In this meeting. Even if Qin Fangyang casually said something bad or showed the slightest dissatisfaction, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist would feel embarrassed and lose face for the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist, being despised by the student's first teacher. Everyone would feel a burning sensation on their faces and it would not feel good. How could Yi Changqing and the others not be cautious? If it were the other two students, perhaps they would not take it so seriously. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were different. Yi Changqing and the others firmly believed that if these two children did not die prematurely due to bad luck, as long as they grew up, they would definitely be recorded in the textbooks in the future. They would definitely be immortal legends in the future. At that time, whether it was Qin Fangyang, He Yuanyue, Yi Changqing, or Wen Xingtian, they would all be recorded in the history books together. This was something that could be expected. If they were recorded in the history books, Yi Changqing felt that even if he died at that time, he would not be able to rest in peace. the image in the history books. Therefore, this was a big matter, a big matter. 11:00 in the morning. Qin Fangyang's tall and straight figure appeared at the entrance of the villa. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been waiting for so long, cheered and rushed forward. He did not care about Qin Fangyang's strict "be more steady." "What are you doing?" reprimanded him and directly rushed forward to hug him, laughing and jumping. "Ha ha ha. Teacher Qin, when you left, I thought you wouldn't care about us anymore." Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed loudly at first, then his eyes turned red. The words that followed actually sounded a little aggrieved. Thinking back to when Qin Fangyang decided to leave, he felt sad. Qin Fangyang's heart was surging with emotions. "I won't care about you anymore. How can I not care? These are the children that I poured my heart and soul into. How can I not care about them? After being away for so long, the ones that I can't let go of the most are you little ones. Especially this frisky monkey in front of him who was kicked by him like a shuttlecock in Phoenix City's second high school." Qin Fangyang's eyes instantly turned red. She gently stroked Zhuo Xiaoduo's head and said softly, "All right. All right, let's go in first." Countless memories of the past flooded his mind. Many things of the past suddenly surged into his mind, rising and falling. The peaches and plums of the spring breeze under the heavens are carved with a jade brush for 10,000 years. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's comment to He Yuanyue. Now Qianqian that the child was still safe. Did you see that? Li Chenglong, who had already taken a leave of absence because of this matter, also rushed up like a tiger. "Teacher Qin, woo woo woo." Swollen was so happy that he shed tears. "It's so good to see you again. What are you crying for? What a good for nothing." Qin Fangyang frowned. Go in. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, one on the left and one on the right, pulled Qin Fangyang into the villa. "I've already brewed your favorite tea." The three of them disappeared at the entrance of the villa. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Grandma Shi had a rare smile on her face. She recognized Qin Fangyang. "I didn't expect Qin Fangyang, one of the top 10 desperados, to be so loved and respected by the students. Not bad." Yi Changqing and the others could not come now. They had to leave some time for them to meet and greet the students. If they came too early now, it would only appear that they were too deliberate. Principal Yi and the others still had a good grasp of this. "Not bad, you can actually live in a standalone villa." Qin Fangyang was very surprised by this. He did not hide it and directly asked. Hee, Teacher Qin, you're so handsome today." "Humph." Qin Fangyang felt uncomfortable under the gaze of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. He said angrily with a fierce face, "What are you looking at? Why? Can't I wear good clothes as a teacher? That's not it. The main thing is that Teacher Qin is really handsome today. You're a proper middle-aged handsome man. And also unprecedentedly formal." Even when he was working as a teacher, Qin Fangyang did not dress so formally. It was unprecedented. His hair was neat and tidy, and his face was clean. Then, he wore a snow-white shirt with the kind of wrinkles that had just been opened. Paired with a well-ironed blue gown, and a pair of brand-new, black, shiny, high-end leather shoes that could almost be used as a mirror. Everything showed Qin Fangyang's seriousness. And TSK. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong sniffed around Qin Fangyang. When they saw Qin Fangyang just now, they smelled a faint fragrance. Qin Fangyang actually used perfume. Yes, it should be a men's perfume. Teacher Qin's perfume is so high-end. Li Chenglong praised, a man's perfume should be so faint. It's useless if it's a little light, but it's a little thick, it's a little tacky. Teacher Chin is indeed knowledgeable and has good taste. Go away. You two brats, do you know what a man's taste is? Qin Fangyang's face turned red. He slapped Li Chenglong 3 meters away. Teacher Chin was really a little embarrassed now. Fuck, if I didn't do it for the two of you, would I have to dress so formally and seriously? If I dress so formally, I'm afraid that the last time I dressed like this was decades ago, when I was with Qian. After fooling around for a while, the three of them sat down to drink tea. Many years have passed since we parted in Feng City, we've worn away in the mortal world. Today, we meet again and you're fine, and they talked about the past in detail. Qin Fangyang's face was full of rare smiles. He quietly listened to Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong talk about what happened after they parted. They started from the Central Plains Longhu list. They talked about everything, big and small, all the way. At this moment, Qin Fangyang played the role of the most qualified listener. From time to time, he would ask, what happened after that? To help the two of them talk. They talked from 11:10 to 12 o'clock. Then, the three of them had a simple meal. Well, actually, they were still talking. They talked as they ate. After they finished eating, they continued to talk. They talked all the way until 1:30. Finally, they came to an end. Qin Fangyang listened with a smile. He listened to the two of them talk about the mountain and the dust, but he didn't expose them. Li Chenglong went to class reluctantly. The reason was that when Qin Fangyang heard the last sentence, he said with a smile, Xiao Duo, I have something to talk to you about in a while. Li Chenglong had always been an understanding person. Teacher Qin must have something important to say this time. Since he didn't say it in front of him, then he shouldn't ask. Seeing Li Chenglong leave, Sui Xiaoduo sighed softly and said, Actually, there's no need to hide this matter from Swollen. It's just that the benefits are too great. If it's not necessary, I don't want to get him involved. Qin Fangyang said clearly, your consideration isn't wrong at all. Young people are hot-blooded and loyal. They are often willing to share any secret with their friends. Even if they think that they are hiding something from their brothers, they would feel guilty. But what I want to tell you is, the loyalty of young people is unreliable. They are too hot-blooded and too impulsive. Especially when huge benefits are involved, it's too easy for them to lose their composure. So, before we go through life and death together, before our friendship is verified by life and death and benefits, don't share all your secrets. If you fall out with each other, it will be a lifetime of pain. There was pain in Qin Fangyang's eyes that he didn't want to recall. Back then, when he went out with Qian and those 3 classmates, did he not treat them as brothers and friends because he was young? But when huge benefits were involved, the young and inexperienced at that time couldn't hold back. There are too many regrets in my life, all because I trusted too easily. Qin Fangyang sighed deeply. Xiao Duo, let me tell you something. You must remember it. Sui Xiaoduo said respectfully, please tell me. Sometimes, when it's appropriate to hide something, it's not because you let your friends down, but because you don't want to lose them. Everyone has secrets that they can't let others know. That's a normal life and a normal relationship with friends. Sui Xiaoduo listened thoughtfully. That sentence really made him think about it for a long time. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and said, I know that you are close and close. Then, do you have any secrets that you can't let Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing and the others know? Sui Xiaoduo was stunned and said, there is. Qin Fangyang continued to ask, do they have secrets that they can't tell you? Sui Xiaoduo was startled once again, and said, of course there are. Qin Fangyang said meaningfully, then, are you close? Sui Xiaoduo understood. Yes. Qin Fangyang patted him on the shoulder. That's why it's normal. Sua Xiaoduo nodded slowly. Those words had a big impact on him. Because just now, Sua Xiaoduo felt that if he talked to teacher Qin like that and asked Li Changlong to leave, wouldn't he be letting his brother down? This kind of thought really made him feel uncomfortable. And Qin Fangyang obviously saw this, so he deliberately said those words to dispel the negative feelings in his heart. Because Qin Fangyang knew that children of this age were very easy to conquer. They would have the thought, am I letting my brother down by doing this? And once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Especially when their brother showed some dissatisfaction at a certain time, they would have the thought of making up for what happened before. Once this thought arose, they would often do something like, "Brother, do you know, I didn't let you know about what happened last time. How could I?" After saying that, they would feel happy, thinking that they had opened their hearts to their brother. But they didn't expect that this was an extremely childish behavior. Because often, after doing this, they would lose this friend. At least, the friendship they had accumulated in the past would be difficult to continue. And all secrets could not be kept. Young people were new to the world. They lacked the basic experience and had not gone through many tests. Friendship at this time was the best and purest state, but it was also the most vulnerable and dangerous state. Qin Fangyang felt that he needed to teach them this lesson. Seeing Sua Xiaoduo's thoughtful and enlightened look, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but smile amiably. If all the young people in the world could understand this, then the tragedy of Qianqian and I might not happen again. Now, can you tell me what you can't make up your mind about? Qin Fangyang chuckled. Chapter 637. Here's the thing. Sua Xiaoduo said, I got some things by accident, and there are a lot of them. These things are extremely beneficial to martial artists' cultivation. But I can't make up my mind on how to deal with these things. As he spoke, Sua Xiaoduo took out a large piece of meat. Teacher Qin, this is for you. Qin Fangyang was a martial arts expert. Regardless of cultivation or experience, he was an experienced martial artist. Although he had just entered the god-reigning realm, he had experienced hundreds of battles. His insight and experience were far beyond that of ordinary god-reigning cultivators. As soon as he touched this piece of king-level demon beast meat, he could feel the vigorous and pure spiritual energy within it. He was so shocked that he almost jumped up. This is too valuable. Qin Fangyang's expression changed. The large piece of meat in his hand was at least 200 kilograms. How could he accept it? Accepting such a large gift rashly was beyond the scope of teacher-student friendship. What was Sua Xiaoduo's cultivation level? How did he get such a high-end item? Teacher Qin, I have to tell you this seriously. This thing. I have tens of thousands of kilograms. Tens of thousands of kilograms. Qin Fangyang was stunned. It's a coincidence. Cough. Someone else killed it and didn't want it, so I picked up a bargain. Sua Xiaoduo laughed mischievously. He looked around and said sneakily. Picked up a bargain. Qin Fangyang sighed. You really dared to pick up such a bargain. Looks like this person knows you, and your friendship is not ordinary, right? If it's a stranger, why don't you try picking up this bargain? Believe it or not, this person can easily take your life. But this kid's luck is really good. Sua Xiaoduo said in distress, the reason why I gave you these is because after a person eats about 100 kilograms, or after eating a few times, the body will get used to it, or it will develop a resistance to it, and it can no longer increase its cultivation level. Otherwise, I would have given you a few thousand kilograms. Sua Xiaoduo grinned. He deeply felt that he had given too little. Hearing this, Qin Fangyang pondered for a while. Looking at the meat in front of him, he said, "The meat of demonic beasts does have this characteristic. The fundamental reason is that demonic beasts are fundamentally different from human beings because of their meridians and cultivation system. After they absorb the energy of heaven and earth, they don't have the systematic digestion and cultivation like human beings. No matter how many treasures they eat, or how many other demonic beasts they eat, they store all the energy in their own bodies. This is also the fundamental reason why the bodies of demonic beasts are much stronger than those of human cultivators of the same level. If you still don't understand, let's make another example. A cloud transformation realm demonic beast usually hunts nascent soul transformation realm and primal core realm star beasts. And this cloud transformation realm demonic beast has to eat a few meals a day. It has to eat a lot of star beasts a day. And according to the human understanding of spiritual energy, all the star beasts that it ate contained a large amount of spiritual energy in their bodies. Am I right? Swa Xiaoduo nodded, yes, you are right. And this cloud transformation realm demonic beast needs dozens of years before it can reach the god reigning realm. The longer it takes, the more it needs to train. During this period of time, the food it eats are those star beasts. If the energy in its body is gathered together, it will be hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more than this cloud transformation realm demonic beast. Do you understand? Of course I do. But this cloud transformation realm demonic beast didn't explode after eating so much energy, and its body couldn't absorb so much energy at all. So where did all the energy go? A considerable part of it is excreted by the movement of feces, and the most essential part is hidden in the blood, flesh, and bones of the cloud transformation realm demonic beast. So, where many star beasts live, treasures of heaven and earth are easy to grow. People say that treasures of heaven and earth must be guarded by powerful star beasts, but it is wrong. The order should be reversed. First, there are powerful star beasts, and then there are treasures of heaven and earth. Because this place is full of energy. Qin Fangyang said, "Do you understand now?" Yes. For ordinary people, one bite of this meat that contains such a large amount of spiritual energy will make their body explode. It will be like eating a bomb, or even more powerful than a bomb. A bomb can blow up the human body, but it can't blow up the meridians. But this meat targets the blood vessels and meridians of the whole body first. If the body can't bear it, it will collapse and explode. Qin Fangyang said, and this kind of meat is a rare tonic for warriors who have reached a certain level. However, just like how cloud transformation realm demonic beasts eat those star beasts as food, their cultivation base may increase rapidly when they eat the star beasts for the first or second time, but as they eat more and more of this kind of demonic beast meat, their body composition will naturally increase with the addition of this kind of spiritual energy. When its body is saturated with this kind of spiritual energy, this kind of meat will no longer have any effect on it. This is the most basic principle. Qin Fangyang looked at the 200 kilograms of king centipede meat in front of him and said with a smile, "Since you said you have a lot, then I have no reason to refuse if you give it to me. But I have hunted demonic beasts for so many years and have eaten a lot of demonic beast meat. So, although I haven't eaten this kind of king-level demonic beast meat, the most I can bear is 70 to 80 kilograms at most, and that's when I reach the saturation point. So, I will take half of your 200 kilograms. 100 kilograms is the most I am willing to accept." He cut the meat into 2 halves, put one half into his space ring, and handed the other half back to Swa Xiaoduo. Swa Xiaoduo hesitated and didn't take it. Qin Fangyang smiled, "I won't let go of this kind of opportunity to increase my strength. You said you have a lot. If I don't accept it, then I will be unreasonable." Swa Xiaoduo secretly curled his lips. "You are talking as if you are not unreasonable." Qin Fangyang continued, "But accepting it is one thing, but eating more is a waste. This kind of spiritual meat can make a martial artist grow quickly. If we eat it after we have enough energy, it will really be a waste of God's gift. So a Xiao Duo took it back with relief and said, "But this meat is my headache now." Qin Fangyang frowned. "What do you mean?" Sua Xiaoduo's eyes were a little conflicted. "I have about 80 kilograms of this kind of king-level spiritual meat." Sua Xiaoduo took out a few more pieces, each weighing 100 kilograms, and said, "Mr. Qin, please help me pass these to Mr. Mu, Mr. Luo Lai, Mr. Hu Ruoyun, Principal Li Changjiang, Mr. Qiu Yunsheng, Sister Lan, Director Jiang Zhongbin, General Sun Baijiang, Sun Fengho, and others." Sua Xiaoduo took out 1,000 kilograms in one breath. Everyone who had helped him in the past had a share. Back then, everyone had sacrificed a lot for him and Nian Mao's soul-washing phoenix vein. Now that he had the ability, of course, he had to repay them. And those seniors who sacrificed themselves in the phoenix pulse spirit. "I've prepared some money, a total of 100 million. When you go back, you can share it with them. Also, thank them for me. If there are any martial artists or children in the family who have good aptitude and can withstand the spiritual energy, I've prepared 2,000 kilograms of meat. You can also share it." Sua Xiaoduo sighed and said, "I really want to do more, but with my current ability, this is all I can do. I hope that in the future, I can continue to repay their kindness in the battle to the death." The corner of Qin Fangyang's mouth twitched when he saw this. "Are you treating me as a delivery man?" This kid was so generous this time. He did not let down everyone's painstaking efforts. Just this act of repaying a debt of gratitude was enough to make him feel gratified. Especially when he still remembered that those who sacrificed themselves in the Phoenix Pulse spirit could compensate their families at all times. It made Qin Fangyang feel a boiling heat in his heart. Because this was his conscience. Other than that, Qin Fangyang felt helpless. Since he had left that place, he did not want to feel sad because of the scenery. That city where Qianqian spent her whole life. Almost every place had Qianqian's footprints and her breath. But this guy just had to give him such a job as a delivery man that he could not refuse. Wasn't this making things difficult for him? However, on the surface, it was just 1,000 kilograms of meat, but in fact, it was sending those people's martial arts future into his hands. This was really. He had to go. Qin Fangyang could only sigh. Sua Xiaoduo sneakily looked at Qin Fangyang's expression. When he saw that he had agreed, he actually rolled his eyes and took out another 500 kilograms. Since Teacher Qin has promised to make this trip, then a guest should not bother two hosts. Give this 200 kilograms to my sister. She's at Shangjing's Nine Heavens Pavilion now. I'll give you her number later. Cough, cough. Since you're going to Shangjing, then Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu are also there. Give this 200 kilograms to them. With their cultivation, I reckon that each of them can only take 100 kilograms. There will still be a lot left, just treat it as a sumptuous meal. If I give more, I'm afraid that those two will be stuffed to death. You don't know, those two even drink bathwater. Qin Fangyang took it with a speechless face. He did not even have time to sigh. Sua Xiaoduo said, "There's also Li Zhangming from Dragon Soul High School, and Yu Moyan. Teacher Qin, since you have nothing to do, aren't you here to visit us? You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Let's go over and take a look. You don't have to work now and travel all over the world, but traveling everywhere is still traveling. While we're at it. 50 kilograms each." Qin Fangyang's forehead was filled with black lines, and he was speechless. After calculating it himself, he said dejectedly, "Hu Ruoyun and the rest are in Phoenix City, Long Yuxing is in Shangjing, Sun Bai is in Sun Moon Pass, Mu Yanyan is in Kunlun Taoism, Qiu Yunshang is in Zizai Taoism, Yu Moyan is in Guangdong, Li Zhongming is in Dragon Soul. Students Wa Xiao Duo. How big is the Astral Soul's continent? How big is the work that you've arranged for me? You plan to let me travel around the entire continent. Sua Xiao Duo said carefully, how about I give you travel expenses? I'm very convenient now, 2 sleeves of gold. Get lost. Qin Fangyang scolded angrily, but finally agreed. After calculating the next itinerary, he could not help but sigh. According to the route, he drew a circle on the map and marked each point. It was exactly a circle. It was really fucking round. Even a compass could not draw such a circle. Moreover, the people that he wanted to avoid, this kid did not leave out a single one. They were all included. If he walked this circle, he would not be able to finish it in a month. All right. Qin Fangyang sighed. I have a hard life. I came to see my student, and then my student arranged for me to do the delivery work for millions of miles. This was really a delivery. Because even if he had a spatial ring, even if it was the meat of a king-level demonic beast, the effect would inevitably be greatly reduced if it was stored for too long. Qin Fangyang could already foresee the hard work he would have to do in the coming month. I really owe you. Qin Fangyang knocked on Sua Xiaoduo's head 3 times in a row. 3 meat bumps could be seen with the naked eye. On the bald head, it was especially eye-catching, just like a 3-headed dragon. Sua Xiaoduo almost burst into tears. It was too painful. Now I know what your problem is. Qin Fangyang's expression became serious. He said, you have tens of thousands of pounds of this meat in your hands. It can be used to upgrade martial artists. At the very least, it can help lower-level martial artists to upgrade a lot. You won't be able to use it all, and the follow-up will be a problem. Even if you consume it with your close friends, you still won't be able to consume so much. If you don't take it out, it will only be a waste to keep it in your hands. But if you give it out for free, you can't bear to do it. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that I can't bear to do it, but I should say that you feel like you're losing out. Right? Sua Xiaoduo drooped his head and said, yes, don't you think my thinking is very selfish? Requesting votes. Seems like I can't finish it. Chapter 638. Not selfish at all. Qin Fangyang corrected, this is what any normal person would think. You, Sua Xiaoduo, are not a savior. You are not an emperor or a prince. You are not a heavenly king or a marshal. You are not a teacher or a principal. You are just an individual. You don't have so many responsibilities to bear. So, you are absolutely right to think this way. Qin Fangyang said with certainty, do you understand? If you can have such troubles, it proves that we didn't teach you for nothing. Because you have no obligation to take these things out. Even if others pay a price to exchange with you, you have no reason to do so. This is not selfishness. It is because you are not in a certain position. Saint bitches all hope that others will donate all their property to help the poor. But, saint bitches rarely take out a single cent, because saint bitches don't deserve to have wealth. They only need to look at other people's wealth, drool, and say strange things. Qin Fangyang chuckled. Now, you have tens of thousands of kilograms of spiritual meat. You don't want to donate it, but it is a waste to keep it. It is a pity to let it spoil for nothing. Under such circumstances, there are a few choices. Qin Fangyang considered. One of the choices is to use it to develop your own team. Well, in other words, who do you think will be your team in the future in the Hidden Dragon High Martial School? Or, who do you think will be your team in the future? Or, your future comrades? Make a small investment. This is not a free gift. They have to use things or wealth to exchange for it. But this is still a huge favor. I believe it will be of great benefit to you. As for how to choose and how to trade, you have to consider it yourself. I won't say more. Sua Xiaoduo pondered. The other choice is that you can take out a part of it and give it to the soldiers in the Sun Moon Pass. But, to be honest, the people in the Sun Moon Pass don't lack this thing. It is useless to them. So, this choice is dispensable. The reason why I gave you this option is because you have a relationship with the Southern Chief. This matter can be handled through him, and there won't be any future troubles for you. The third option is to look for your headmaster and ask the Hidden Dragon High School to handle this matter in the name of the school. This meet will be used as a reward for students with outstanding results. But the school has to give some compensation. Regardless of wealth, status, or honor, there must be some form of compensation. It must not be given without compensation. This is essential. Sua Xiaoduo listened quietly and did not respond for a long time. At this moment, he was a little confused. Yes, Sua Xiaoduo had never been a great person, let alone a selfless person. 50,000 kilograms of spiritual meat could be used to increase one's cultivation base. Furthermore, it had been obtained from a rare king-grade astral beast. This was his own wealth. Regardless of where it had come from, it was now Sua Xiaoduo's private property. There was no doubt about it. Of course, if he took it out, many people would benefit. This was the truth. But why should I take it out? If I were the marshal, and the soldiers fought for me, of course I would take it out. If I were a general, my brothers would accompany me in building a career. For the sake of our camaraderie, I would be willing to take it out. If I were an emperor, I would gladly take it out in order to let my generals and soldiers protect the country and strengthen the country. But I'm not the emperor. I don't have any of the above identities. I'm just a student of the Hidden Dragon High School. Then, if I take it out, it will only be for people to say, "Good boy." I think this phrase is too expensive and too cheap at the same time. Yes, Sua Xiaoduo had such a mentality. But his rationality told him that if he kept it in his hands, he would not be able to use up so many high-quality resources no matter what. In the end, it would only cause most of them to be destroyed and wasted for nothing. Sua Xiaoduo understood what Qin Fangyang had said. However, there was always some resistance and reluctance in his heart. Team. What team do I have? Do I have to use this to tempt my classmates? As long as you become my subordinate, I will increase your skills and cultivation. Sua Xiaoduo knew that he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Qin Fangyang looked at Sua Xiaoduo's hesitation. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes, but he was also full of emotion. That's right. Everyone started from this step slowly. From being a young student, to growing up, to graduating, to entering society, to the martial arts world, to the front line. Every step and every stage, one would have a realization of the current situation, the realization of life and the passage of time. But in the student years, in this still simple era, it was the foundation of everything. In this era, the more you gave, the more you would get in the future. Whether it was wealth, resources, or hard work, it was all the same. He knew very well what Sua Xiaoduo was conflicted about. He also had countless reasons to persuade him. But after thinking for a long time, he came up with a very ordinary and simple reason. Team doesn't mean that you are a subordinate. You have to understand this. Qin Fangyang put one hand on Sua Xiaoduo's shoulder and said softly, "Team is a team that will accompany you to conquer the world, to explore the world together, to face dangers together, to face temptations together." I wanted to say brothers, but now you are too far away from that, so I can only say that you are a team. Do you understand this? Swishoudwa's somewhat confused eyes slowly became clear. He bit his lips and said, "Yes, I understand." "Well, now that this is clear, let's talk about what are resources." Qin Fangyang was very earnest. It had been a long time since he was a good teacher. Resources, what are resources? Do you think that only 100,000 pounds of meat is a resource? Or only pills, treasures of heaven and earth, jade of astral souls? Are resources? Qin Fangyang said softly, "Wrong. Very wrong. Whether it is martial arts, business, or politics, the most important resource will always be connections." Connections. Swishoudwa read slowly, his eyes shining. "You may think that you're giving it away for free, but how many people in this world are really fools? How can they not see the benefits? How can they take it with a clear conscience, without any burden?" Qin Fangyang patted his shoulder. "On the path of martial arts, gratitude and hatred are clearly distinguished, and karma is proof. Where there is gain, there must be retribution. This is the most basic way to have peace of mind and a clear mind. The further you go, the higher your cultivation, the less you will owe others karma. Any bit of karma is also a tie. So, you give away some meat that you don't need. It may seem like you are giving it away for free now, but in the future, you will reap the karma of the strong. Is it worth it? As for those who are ungrateful, they are destined not to go far. Giving those people benefits. Just treat it as feeding dogs, what's the harm? In any case, when your meat is eventually useless, even if you feed it to the dogs won't care. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses in investment, right? Why can't those narrow-minded and ungrateful people go far? Because there is a sky above your head, and a heart in your chest. On the path of martial arts, there is a heart demon. Core, nascent soul, cloud control, and spirit return to mystery. Perhaps these are not very serious, but once you reach the Skysoar realm, it is a moat that most martial artists can't cross. Because of the heart demon. Because you owe too much in this life. Only by transcending the mortal world can you talk about Skysoar. But if you owe so much karma, how can you transcend? How can you Skysoar? Every year, countless experts fly back and forth from all over the world to repay their past karma. Do you know why? They say it is for peace of mind, but in reality, they are seeking a path to Skysoar without being troubled by the heart demon. Why are there always some experts who choose to hide all their cultivation before they reach the Skysoar realm, mingling with the mortal world and turning into an ordinary person to gain experience? It is all because their state of mind is lacking. On the continent, if 100 returnance experts all stop at the Skysoar realm, then only 1 or 2 will be able to pass this tribulation. The others will stop at the Skysoar realm for hundreds or thousands of years, and even until their deaths, they still can't pass this final hurdle. The first reason is that they owe too much and can't repay it. Do you understand? Qin Fangyang looked at Swishoudwa's eyes that had turned from confusion to clarity, and he couldn't help but smile. I understand. Perfect cultivation, don't let your state of mind be lacking. The so-called "don't get involved in karma" is never just a saying. Qin Fangyang gently stroked Swishoudwa's head and said in a deep voice, "From another perspective, this is also for your own sake. If you let this meat rot and don't take it out, I think, in the future, it will cause your state of mind to be lacking. You will always be thinking about this matter and won't be able to let it go. And this lack will be a regret that can't be made up for. Because of your selfishness when you were young, you caused tens of thousands of people to lose the opportunity to take a step forward. When you understand more, every time one of these people dies on the battlefield, you will think about it once. If I had given him the king beast meat back then, maybe he would have been stronger today and wouldn't have died. Xiaoduo's hair stood on end. Because this was a very likely thing. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. When he was explaining these things to Xiaoduo, Qin Fangyang even felt that his own spirit was also undergoing a transformation with Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. I understand. After I set aside the necessary portion, I will give the rest to Principal Yi and Teacher Wen, and let them distribute and operate it. Qin Fangyang reminded him, remember, it is not free. This is also important, do you understand? If you can take it in name, you must not let it go. At this point, Qin Fangyang suddenly laughed involuntarily and said, if the hidden dragon expert can't even do this, how can he be qualified to be listed as one of the top 3 experts? I'm worrying too much and thinking too much. Xiaoduo also laughed. However, he felt that Qin Fangyang's laughter was very meaningful and he couldn't understand it at the moment. He didn't know why Qin Fangyang suddenly laughed so wretchedly. However, he didn't know that Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian's spiritual power had already been paying attention to this place. Both of them heard every word that Qin Fangyang taught Xiaoduo and couldn't help but smile bitterly at each other. The title of this chapter has been my motto for so many years. Chapter 639. Wen Xingtian sighed endlessly. Qin Fangyang has grasped Xiaoduo's character too accurately, too precisely. This ideological work is simply brainwashing. I'm really ashamed of my inferiority. I don't dare to compare myself to him anymore. Yi Chongqing chuckled and said, Teacher Qin's last sentence was clearly meant for us to hear. He's using words to instruct us. If we can't earn some benefits for Xiaoduo this time, Hidden Dragon High School can be considered done for. This Teacher Qin is really not simple. The so-called not simple. Both Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian's cultivation was higher than Qin Fangyang's, and it wasn't just a level higher. This also meant that Qin Fangyang definitely wouldn't notice their arrival. But Qin Fangyang had already guessed, I'm here, Hidden Dragon High School definitely won't remain indifferent. It would be strange if no one was paying attention to this place right now. Of course I'm teaching my students the principles of life, but don't think that I don't know you're here and can eavesdrop without any restraint. If you dare to take my students' things, I'll let your reputation hit the ground the same way you did it. Actually, there's something else. Xiaoduo said somewhat embarrassedly, this time, I've also seized a lot of spatial rings. Qin Fangyang let out a carefree laugh. You can keep the spatial rings you obtained for yourself. The implication was that a little embryonic breath ant like you actually dared to say the word seized. Just you, in a place like the Starlight Mountain Range where experts were as numerous as clouds, even if you were allowed to seize, how many could you seize? Even I didn't manage to seize many, let alone you. Cough, there's more than 1,000. Xiaoduo said. Qin Fangyang was silent. The corner of his mouth twitched for a long time before he said, do as you see fit. The only feeling he had now was that his heart was tired, inexplicably tired. Am I too old? Can't keep up with the times. More than 1,000. Fuck. What he didn't know was that Xiaoduo. Well, Li Chenglong hadn't finished cleaning up yet. Once all 1,000 rings were opened and sorted out, there would probably be a few hundred more. Most of the people who had come to the Starlight Mountain Range were extremely vicious characters. Killing and robbing was nothing more than a common occurrence. The number of spatial rings they had snatched from the space rings of these vicious people was definitely not a small number. Qin Fangyang was speechless for a long time. He took a sip of tea and rolled his eyes as he looked at the decorations of the villa. Motherfucker, where was I? I forgot that it was too shocking. In Yi Chongqing's villa. When Xingtian spat out a mouthful of tea, feeling an indescribable sense of schadenfreude in his heart. It felt so good. The dumbfounded look on Qin Haodong's face really makes me happy. If Qin Fangyang hadn't come, he would have been the one to be stunned. After a long while, Qin Fangyang suddenly remembered. Oh right, I have another suggestion for you. What suggestion? With so much king-level demon beast meat, even if it was supplied to the entire Hidden Dragon High School, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough. Do you still remember when you were in the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition? Those teachers who took care of you. That ancestral Dragon High School Ding Shulan, that Huayang High School Ma Zhangxi. That Jade Sun High School teacher Luo Yenling. And that Water City High School principal Gu Qianfan who helped you this time. These people all spread the word in this Netherworld King Palace's bounty. Whoever dares to deal with you will suffer their endless pursuit. These are also huge favors. You can't be indifferent. Rather than returning this karmic favor in the future when you're strong enough, it's better to use the king-level demon beast meat now to repay it. This way, they can owe you a favor. Karmic reversal. Qin Fangyang said, this is a real network of connections all over the world. Sui Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Then I'll write a letter to each person later to express my gratitude. I'll still ask Teacher Qin to deliver it. How much do you think is suitable for each family? Qin Fangyang pondered for a moment and said, 3,000 caddies per family. They won't be able to handle it. Sui Xiaoduo counted with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 15,000 caddies. Yes. Qin Fangyang nodded. Teacher Qin, do you think I should send some to Phoenix City's second high school? Sui Xiaoduo suddenly became generous. Since he decided to send, he might as well send them all. Qin Fangyang was shocked. Please don't. Don't think about it too much. What's the cultivation level of the children in second high school? How can they withstand a king-level spirit beast? If you send the meat over, you will only send them all to the Western Paradise with a mouthful of meat each. Oh, okay. Sui Xiaoduo readily accepted. Then he asked, Teacher Qin, do you think my parents can eat this kind of meat? Qin Fangyang scratched his head. This, you have to be careful too. Anyway, you can leave some for yourself. When you go home, you can try it. Didn't you say that barbecuing will consume most of the spirit energy? It should be fine if you eat a little. But please don't eat too much. I understand. Sui Xiaoduo became very cautious. This matter had to be taken seriously. Although his parents might have been almighty in the past, they had no power now. He couldn't let his 2 pieces of meat eat anything wrong. If that happened, he would never forgive himself. He would use cooking methods to greatly reduce the spirit meat's efficacy. In this way, the large amount of spirit meat was finally distributed. Qin Fangyang took 1,500 caddies and sent them to the families of the martyrs. Huayang High School, Yuesun High School, Ancestral Dragon High School, and Yunduan High School. Water City First High School took 3,000 caddies each, so 20,000 caddies were reduced in an instant. That on the other side, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian were breathing rapidly. Their hearts ached so much that they couldn't speak. The veins on their foreheads were popping. So much meat was given away by this guy. And it was given to other high school martial artists. This Qin guy is too hateful. He wants the world to be in chaos, and he especially can't stand us Hidden Dragon High School. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing clutched their chests, feeling waves of pain in their hearts. Who said we Hidden Dragon High School can't consume so much? How much is this? Yi Changqing clutched his chest and gasped. We don't need 50,000 to 60,000 caddies. We can consume 50,000 to 600,000 caddies. We're just school students, and there are 5,000 of us. 10 caddies per person is 50,000 caddies. 20 caddies per person is 100,000 caddies. This isn't enough. This Qin Fangyang is clearly doing it on purpose. Wen Xingtian was fuming. Of course, Qin Fangyang was doing it on purpose. On one hand, it was for the good of Sua Xiao Duo. If he gave it away like this, these principals and teachers would probably owe Sua Xiao Duo a favor for the rest of their lives. This kind of karma was too great. In this way, it was equivalent to paving the way for Sua Xiao Duo to a certain extent. Yes, as long as Sua Xiao Duo didn't make too much of a fuss, with this action, he could basically move unimpeded in the Yanwu Emperor country. On the other hand, when Sua Xiao Duo said that there were more than 1,000 rings, Qin Fangyang felt that he had lost his composure at that moment, and it was even more embarrassing. Although Qin Fangyang couldn't be sure if anyone was eavesdropping, but putting himself in their shoes, if he was a Hidden Dragon high school student, he would definitely come to eavesdrop. Since that's the case, doesn't that mean that they've heard everything about my humiliation and know about it? Yes, if I didn't give you some trouble, would I still keep you around? There was no other reason than to have a clear mind. In this way, when he thought about how the eavesdroppers were furious and heartbroken, he felt an inexplicable feeling that I feel a little good in my heart now. Ha ha ha. The rings can also be dealt with in this way. The smile on Qin Fangyang's face grew even wider. The spatial rings you obtain from those bounty hunters should all be top-notch goods. Just based on this, if you were to exchange all the things in your hands for cultivation resources, then I'm afraid you'd be able to completely empty out the entire Hidden Dragon High School, turning all the students into paupers. Sua Xiao Duo coughed and said guiltily, I didn't think of that. Ha! Qin Fangyang laughed mockingly. He thought to himself, you're like a hungry ghost when you see money. Back then, in order to save some tuition fees, you even made the genius sister into having cerebral palsy. You tricked me so much that I almost took out my salary to help you out. That I really want to believe what you said, but it's a pity that I can't do it. But in the end, he didn't expose him. He only said, the Hidden Dragon High School will definitely deal with this matter properly and beautifully. These words actually touched the hearts of Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing. This matter had to be done beautifully. Currently, there were 5,000 students in the Hidden Dragon High School, and not everyone had a spatial ring. Even if they did, the majority of them had spatial rings with extremely small contents. They were only able to store their own weapons and some necessities for cultivation and healing. Their spatial rings were already filled to the brim, and there was no excess. It must be known that the rings that Sua Xiao Duo snatched. Not to mention others, which one of the people who once had these rings weren't ruthless people who wanted to rob others at any time? How could a small storage space be used? Therefore, each and every one of them had an extremely large storage space. If Sua Xiao Duo was willing to contribute it, it would be a huge windfall, a dazzling number. Yi Changqing even thought, if we add the loot from the Hidden Dragon High School this time in the Starry Mountain Range, it should be enough for the students to use. However, this still couldn't be done for free. Whether it was the student involved or the school, they had to pay a certain price. But, as for what method to use, this still needed to be considered. It was absolutely impossible to give it away for free, and it couldn't be done. This is a matter for later. At the very least, I have to take out the things in the rings and get rid of them first. Sua Xiao Duo coughed. Speaking of getting rid of these things, you also need a considerable amount of channels, and you also need time. And you also need a considerable amount of experience. Qin Fangyang knocked on Sua Xiao Duo's head again and said, I see that you have become stupid after coming to the Hidden Dragon High School. You only need to count the things and keep the things you need. If you don't need them, just give them to the people of the Hidden Dragon High School and let their professionals deal with it for you. You only need to be responsible for collecting the money, right? Chapter 640. The Hidden Dragon High School has received a huge benefit from you this time and owes you a huge favor. What if you don't even help out with this little bit of work? How stingy would you be? If you can't even handle this small matter properly, then I'll really look down on the so-called top 3 in the world. Qin Fangyang was exasperated at his student's failure to live up to his expectations. He was very anxious for his student's IQ. In Yi Changqing's villa, when Xingtian and Yi Changqing were eavesdropping with their divine senses from afar, they felt somewhat restless. You, Qin Fangyang, aren't here to look at your student. You're completely here to trample on the Hidden Dragon High School, right? You throw all the dirty and tiring work to the Hidden Dragon High School, and then you command your own student to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Take the biggest share. Get the biggest benefit. Have the best reputation. Moreover, you don't suffer a single loss. You're really drunk. Yet, the Hidden Dragon High School still had to gladly endure the hardship, enjoy it, and even be proud of it, grateful to the point of shedding tears and engraving it in their hearts. This. What the hell is this? What is this? This is a great thing, a windfall from the heavens that you can't even ask for, an unparalleled opportunity. Where do you go to reason with this? No wonder Zhuo Xiaoduo has this kind of character. Yi Changqing sighed somewhat. He looked at Wen Xingtian and sighed, with such a teacher to enlighten him, and with a teacher like you to continue his studies. It's hard not to become a miser. Wen Xingtian's face darkened. He rolled his eyes and looked at Yi Changqing, extremely speechless. Why did you bring me along? Maybe Zhuo Xiaoduo's nature is like this, or maybe it's because of his family's teachings. Yi Changqing chuckled. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Think back to when you were staring at the surging ground and the starlight mountains and shouting about heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Your 2 eyes were shining. How could he know that Zhuo Xiaoduo's love for money and wealth really didn't come from his teacher's teachings? This was his true nature, in addition to his family's teachings. Let's go over early. Wen Xingtian's face darkened. He did not want to stay with Yi Changqing any longer. It's one thing for this old thing to talk about Qin Fangyang, but to think that he would put me in the same category as him. This is intolerable. If it wasn't for the fact that we're sworn brothers, if it wasn't for the fact that I can't beat you. Humph. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Mr. Qin, why don't you eat the demonic beast meat now and take the time to cultivate? Anyway, there was still plenty of time. It would probably start at 6:00 at night. It's only 2:30. Qin Fangyang hesitated for a moment, and said, I just broke through to the royal god realm not long ago, and I do have a lot of space to accommodate it, but will there not be enough time? I'm fine. With a whoosh, Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Qin Fangyang into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. You can cultivate in peace here. Do whatever you need to do. Don't worry. As he spoke, he threw out a large pile of high-grade jade of astral souls. Qin Fangyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I may be poor, but I don't lack cultivation resources. Now that I have the king beast meat, I don't need these. You don't need these. Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled. The more powerful you are, the less you need these things. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. Let's just talk about your spiritual meat. The effects are different for cultivators of different levels. That is to say, there are certain limitations. For example, if a profound Reem cultivator eats your king beast meat, he might not be able to benefit much. Only profound Reem cultivators who have never eaten astral beast meat before will be able to improve to a certain extent. But for profound understanding cultivators, whether they go out on missions or travel, who know how many of them have eaten astral beast meat. Do you understand now? Therefore, this spiritual flesh of yours is actually quite limited. I only need about 15 kilograms at most now to reach the limit of saturation. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. But it can still improve a lot, and save me a lot of effort. It's just that after eating this spiritual meat, there won't be any improvement from eating king beast meat in the future. Unless it's of a higher level, for example, an emperor beast. But... Ha! Sua Xiaoduo understood. So that's how it is. This kind of thing really varies from person to person. Some people will explode after eating it, while others will be indifferent after eating it. It all depends on one's foundation, and there are also limitations like drug resistance. Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel disappointed. No wonder those bodyguards didn't fight with me. Motherfucker, it turns out that I really picked up trash. But if I can pick up trash like this every day, I'll still be very happy. Waha. I'm not disappointed, ha ha ha, I'm not disappointed. Looking at this space, Qin Fangyang was deep in thought. He said, I've long heard that Principal Yi has one of the few remaining annihilation towers in this world, but I didn't expect him to give it to you so generously. Well, I don't know if it's a blessing or a misfortune that this tower suits you. Sua Xiaoduo scratched his head and giggled. He lent it to me temporarily, ah. Qin Fangyang snorted and knocked on Sua Xiaoduo's head a few more times as if he was addicted. He said, why are you giggling? Anything good that falls into your hands will change. You brat. He saw the ley line as soon as he came in. Qin Fangyang knew clearly about the legend of the Annihilation Tower. After all, he was also a member of the military and had heard the whole story. But because he knew, he naturally felt that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the Annihilation Tower, but he didn't know the source of it. Was it Yi Changqing, or Sua Xiaoduo? It was probably Sua Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaoduo continued to giggle and touch his head. Don't let others know. After me, it's best not to bring anyone into the Annihilation Tower, especially strangers. Qin Fangyang's face became very serious. Teacher Qin, it's okay. Sua Xiaoduo was still giggling. Qin Fangyang probably knew more about his secret than Li Chenglong or even Sua Xiaoyan. Moreover, Qin Fangyang had always been tight-lipped. He had never revealed anything. In this world, in terms of trust, other than his parents and Nian Nian Cat, Qin Fangyang was second to none. He was irreplaceable. Sua Xiaoduo was absolutely assured. No exceptions. Qin Fangyang reminded again. If you meet a supreme divine power that you can trust, remember to modify this tower to the type that can recognize its owner. Otherwise... Qin Fangyang looked at him meaningfully. Xiaoduo. Trust also depends on the specific value. He said this sentence very seriously. Qin Fangyang really had no desires in this world. But he felt that others might not be like him. As for Sua Xiaoduo, although he was deceitful and had many tricks up his sleeve, it was undeniable that his heart was pure and kind. What Qin Fangyang was most worried about was that someone would pollute or tarnish this purity. And with Sua Xiaoduo's character, once he was hit by a blow of trust, he would probably go to the extreme. This was what Qin Fangyang was most worried about. He had never forgotten about Sua Xiaoduo's thorough evaluation of him. Heterodox heart. So this time, he kept beating around the bush, reminding him in person, and giving him a stern warning. In short, he used all kinds of methods and really put in a lot of effort. Because trust and true love, these two most beautiful emotions in the world, were the most vulnerable to blows. Once they were broken, they would no longer be there and would never be repaired. Qin Fangyang was left to cultivate inside. Sua Xiaoduo left the Annihilation Tower alone. He held his chin and pondered. If he found someone to modify the Annihilation Tower into the type that recognized its owner. If he really wanted to do this, he had to ask for Principal Ye's permission. Because this was a gift from him to use, he still had the right to take it back. So Sui Xiao Duo thought about a lot of things. He understood Yi Changqing's meaning. Although Yi Changqing said that he was temporarily letting him use it, in fact, it was no different from giving it to him. If Yi Changqing wanted to take it back from Sui Xiao Duo in the future, would the principal still have any face left? Therefore, this point can be confirmed. Although this was the truth, on the surface, it was still a temporary loan. He could use it, but if he wanted to make it recognize its owner and completely private, it was not appropriate. Sui Xiao Duo still understood the ways of the world. Sui Xiao Duo began to jump over to Grandma Shi's side to flatter her. After all, for tonight's banquet, Sui Xiao Duo really did not have the experience to take care of everything by himself. But Grandma Shi was an expert in this aspect. Grandma Shi's face was cold as she minded her own business. She did not care about Sui Xiao Duo licking her face and wagging his tail to please her. Humph. From the beginning, this old lady knew that this was the work that you, little monkey, found for me. But why didn't you say so earlier? You delayed until now to ask for it. What were you doing earlier? Later on, Sui Xiao Duo began to beg. Looking at this wronged puppy's watery and cute pleading eyes, Grandma Shi was very merciful. Humph, I'll help you. Sui Xiao Duo immediately became overjoyed. I knew Grandma Shi was the best. Ha! He quickly went forward to massage Grandma Shi's shoulders and helped the old lady to clean up the dishes for dinner. When the whole kitchen was in a mess, he was kicked out by Grandma Shi. Get out! You're causing trouble. Sui Xiao Duo slipped out with his tail between his legs. He could not help but jump high. Today, there were not many people. Right? Until 5:00, Qin Fangyang still did not come out. But Vice Principal Gao was the first to come with his wife. They even brought a generous gift. Mrs. Gao hugged Sui Xiao Duo and said a lot of affectionate words. As for words of gratitude, the couple did not say a word. For this kind of thing, any words of gratitude were so weak. Friendship was not about words, but about how to put it into action in the future. No matter how beautiful the words were, it was not enough to express it. But at this moment, Mrs. Gao looked at Sui Xiao Duo as if she was looking at her own son. She could not wait to hug him in her arms and go home. It was really affectionate. In a few days, our family will leave. Mrs. Gao held Sui Xiao Duo's hand, her eyes red. Xiao Duo, you must remember Auntie. If you have time, come to Shui City First High School to visit us. Chapter 641. Vice Principal Gao Zhiyun was filled with emotions. He used to be a member of the Gao family in Shangjing. Today, the Gao family in Shangjing no longer existed. Everyone in the family had been imprisoned. Even those who held positions outside were implicated and sent back to Shangjing. Currently, he was the only one left in the Gao family who had escaped the net. If Sui Xiao Duo had not gone to his house to take a look at the feng shui and help him find a way to break out of this predicament, he did not know what would have happened to him. The southern governor has ordered that my family is not allowed to return to Shangjing for 100 years. Vice Principal Gao said, however, I have already made up my mind. I will stay in Shui City for the rest of my life. I will do my best to atone for my mistakes and try my best to make up for it. In the future, other than paying respects to my ancestors, I do not want to return to Shangjing. Gao Zhiyun sighed as he spoke. Shangjing is a very strange place. As the core of the Yanluo Empire's power, there is a special atmosphere in itself. It is a kind of magic that makes one lose oneself and forget one's original intentions. Many clans and forces in Shangjing follow the same path as those in the past. Many families who were on good terms with each other in the beginning gradually became cold and hostile with each other as generations passed. They became competitors and used all means to target each other. This is the magic of power. Power can silently corrode a family until it is full of holes. Many times, it is simply passively pushed forward by others or a big force. It is completely out of one's control. It is very scary. But it is also very enchanting and intoxicating. I can't bear to part with it. So, I don't want to go back to the center of power. Gao Xian said solemnly, I am afraid that after I go back, I will still change and repeat the same mistakes. As for the Gao family disciples who are already in the Hidden Dragon training camp, the previous decision will not change. We will wait for them to finish their training before we go to the battlefield. Gao Xian and his wife looked at each other and saw the sigh in each other's eyes. 300 disciples. After going to the battlefield for 10 years, I'm afraid there won't be more than 50 of them who will be able to survive. However, they had to go. The Gao clan's ancestral home had already been destroyed. Whether or not the glory of their ancestors could be passed down depended on these people. Even if they were all killed on the battlefield, even if they were all wiped out, they wouldn't disgrace the name of the Gao family of generals. A moment later, Vice Principal Qing also arrived, his murderous aura still lingering around him. Vice Principal Qing, it seems that you went to serve those snakes again. Vice Principal Gao chuckled. Vice Principal Chang's skinny face, which was full of scars, revealed a sinister smile. Of course, as long as I'm alive, none of them can die. I want to spend the rest of my life in this purgatory. I'll make them immortal, but I have to take care of myself. Otherwise, how would I be able to accompany them for so long? The deep resentment in his voice caused those who heard it to feel a chill run down their spines, causing them to shudder. But when he thought of what those people had done, he felt that even if the punishment was 10 times crueler, they deserved it. It would not be enough to atone for their past sins. Vice Principal Liu sat in a wheelchair, pushed over by his wife, who was the director of the finance department of Hidden Dragon High Martial School. The couple both had a warm smile on their faces. Sua Xiao Duo looked at Vice Principal Liu's wife and thought of Grandma Shi's appearance. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Vice Principal Liu's wife looked to be in her 30s. She was beautiful, gentle, and pleasant. But Grandma Shi, who was of the same age, had wrinkled skin and white hair. Her face was full of vicissitudes. Back then, Yu Jiren's stunning appearance was the best in Hidden Dragon High Martial School. He couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. In this world, things didn't go your way. Then, Vice Principal Zhang arrived. Sua Xiao Duo smiled as he brewed tea, busying himself as a competent waiter. He was polite, well-behaved, and cute. He had a simple, honest, and bashful smile on his face. These vice principals didn't have much contact with Sua Xiao Duo in the past. Now that they were close to him, their first impression of him was really good. The vice principals looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Everyone felt that this student was really good. He had delicate features, well-behaved, and sensible. One look and they could tell that he was a good kid. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing hadn't arrived yet, and no one exposed this guy's true colors, they let him act to his heart's content. If Qin Fangyang, who knew him best, was here, he would naturally know that this guy was definitely harboring a bag of thoughts and was ready to take advantage of others. Sua Xiao Duo was busy, attentive. He was all smiles from the beginning. His tea was always filled to the brim. He drank a mouthful and continued to pour more. He waited on the side respectfully and listened to the vice principal's chat. Although he had his own thoughts, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still very attentive as he listened to the vice principal's chat. These people were all experienced in the martial world. Their words and actions were just right. Even if they were joking, they were full of knowledge. They definitely wouldn't speak carelessly like young people. The atmosphere of the entire conversation was controlled in a very harmonious and comfortable atmosphere. This atmosphere made everyone feel very comfortable. No one would feel that they were left out. If someone didn't say a few words, there would be a topic to talk about immediately. With that person as the center of the conversation, the topic would move on to the next topic without leaving a trace. Where Xiaoduo only listened. He didn't participate, but he still felt very comfortable. He didn't feel any hypocrisy. Naturally, he didn't feel awkward. It was very harmonious from the beginning to the end. Yes, it was very harmonious. Everyone was familiar with the topic. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This was experience, this was the way of the world. How long would it take for him to be like them, to be able to handle any situation with ease? But, was this good or not? 5:40. Zhuo Xiaoduo found an excuse to go to the bathroom. He went upstairs and entered the Tower of Destruction. He saw that Qin Fangyang had finished cultivating. In the strange space of the Tower of Destruction, Qin Fangyang ate 25 kilograms of Beast King meat in one go. Such a strong supply of spiritual energy had improved his cultivation from the early stage of the God Reigning Realm to the middle stage of the God Reigning Realm. But the astral beast meat, even the Beast King level astral beast meat, was only so effective for him in this life. As he said, even if he ate 10,000 kilograms of Beast King level astral beast meat in the future, it wouldn't be of any use. He would only be able to fill his stomach. However, this time, he still managed to advance his cultivation by a large margin. Seeing Qin Fangyang come out, Vice Principal Gao, Vice Principal Qing, and the others all stood up at once. I had an epiphany just now. I couldn't control the fluctuation of spiritual energy, so I cultivated for a while. I'm sorry. Qin Fangyang apologized right away. His attitude was very sincere. Everyone said that he didn't need to be so polite. Just make yourself at home. They clustered around Qin Fangyang and sat down. Everyone started chatting again. The conversation was even more lively than before. Qin Fangyang was in the position of being the moon surrounded by stars. But he was neither servile nor overbearing. He responded with ease and calmness. Everyone was brought into the conversation, and the atmosphere was harmonious to the extreme. 6:00. When Li Chenglong came back from school, the main event had finally begun. Xiang Guangren, Wen Xingtian, and Yi Changqing, these three hidden dragon big shots, entered the door together. After another round of greetings, Zhuo Xiaoduo's legs and stomach went numb. It was as if they were blowing each other to the heavens. What's more, even Zhuo Xiaoduo could tell that Wen Xingtian's outfit today was very solemn. It was even more important than Qin Fangyang's outfit. Yi Changqing was in a formal suit. His hair was neatly combed, and he looked very elegant. That kind of scholarly temperament was vividly displayed. When people saw him, they couldn't help but feel that Principal Yi was really a good person. This was probably the kind of impression they would get. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Li Cheng, and Zhuo Xiaoduo, these four juniors naturally became the glorious plate bearers. Yes, they were servants who specialized in carrying plates, pouring wine, and pouring tea for the banquet. It was obvious that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were a little nervous. In Xiang Guangren's words, "We're chatting together, and you juniors still want to eat at the table? It's your fortune to be willing to be served by them." From this sentence, it was obvious that this old guy was old-fashioned. Mrs. Gao and Mrs. Liu went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes with Grandma Shi. The big round table was placed on the table. More than a dozen chairs were neatly arranged around it. Enchanting was naturally the main host, and Qin Fangyang was naturally the guest of honor. Vice Principal Gao was about to leave Hidden Dragon University to take up the position, so he sat in the position of the deputy guest of honor. Then, Xiang Quangren was the deputy host, and Wen Xingtian sat next to Qin Fangyang. Cough, the third host. Yes, Sui Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong were together, so it was convenient for them to communicate. Vice Principal Qing was the fourth host, and Vice Principal Liu was the last to sit. The dishes were served like flowing water, and the fragrance of wine permeated the air. Everyone took their seats and continued to sit upright, chatting and laughing merrily. It wasn't until the sixth dish was served that Yi Changqing laughed and invited Qin Fangyang to eat. Qin Fangyang agreed with a smile. Although his face was still expressionless, he felt honored in his heart. This was already the highest etiquette at the dining table. In formal dining occasions, 1, 2, or even 3 dishes were usually not touched. 1 dish was too lonely, 2 dishes were too few. 3 dishes were exclusive to worship, and they were called celestial dishes. Only when all 4 dishes were served could one move their chopsticks. This was also the so-called congratulations. When it came to the 5th dish, because it was an odd number, one could not move their chopsticks. But when it came to the 6th dish, it was really important: eat together, brothers, eat together. Then, it was time to drink. First, Yi Changqing gave a welcoming speech. Everyone drank a cup together, and the 7th dish was served. Xiang Quangren gave a speech, drank another cup, and the 8th dish was served. Qin Fangyang returned the toast, and the 10th dish was served. Wen Xingtian took a cup, and the 11th dish was served. The vice principals each took a cup. There were 16 dishes on the table. The kitchen temporarily stopped work, and all the dishes were cut and waiting to be put into the pot. This was the first round of dishes. For such a grand banquet, the dishes had to be served in 3 rounds. The atmosphere at the table became more and more lively, but it was still limited to the strange stories of the martial world, or the memories of the military, etc. This was to find a common topic among everyone. After a long while, after a burst of laughter, Yi Changqing changed the topic to the students. I have to say, the results of the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition last time were very surprising. Phoenix City's second high school suddenly emerged, and it was strong. It was outstanding and shocked the world, and made us look at it in a new light. But when we really understood the teachers of Phoenix City's second high school, there was only admiration for such results, and no longer surprise. Because, if the students who were taught with such painstaking effort were still not successful, that would be a surprise. Teacher Qin, and the teachers of Phoenix City's second high school. Everyone has worked hard. Yi Changqing sighed and raised his cup. If all the teachers in the continent could be like Phoenix City's second high school, a mere no alliance would be nothing. Especially the old principal, He Yuanyue, who has students all over the world, and is worthy of all the teachers' respect. Qin Fangyang's expression froze for a moment, and a trace of extreme pain flashed in his eyes. He raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were puzzled. Yi Changqing obviously knew about Qin Fangyang's past, but why did he deliberately mention it now? Principal Yi was not the kind of person who would deliberately expose people's scars, so why did he deliberately mention the old principal now, looking for monthly recommendation and subscription? Chapter 642. Everyone was puzzled. Yi Changqing changed the topic and talked about another matter, speaking of which, there's something I've always felt strange. Back then, Who still remembers the legendary white-haired celestial immortal? When Xingtian was moved and said, "Is it the female general with the highest position in the East Army, the white-haired fairy, Shan Xiaoru?" "That's right, it's her." Yi Changqing said, "There are a lot of things that you don't know. It's a little disrespectful to talk about General Shan. But, her story is worth talking about." Qin Fangyang frowned and said, "I'd like to hear the details." Back then, the white-haired fairy was a flower in the army. She was beautiful and had a heavenly fragrance. Her hair hadn't turned white yet, and she was a couple with Qi Changqing, the #1 vanguard in the East Army. The two of them agreed that they would get married after defeating the great shaman of the Wind Emperor, and tie the knot forever. That battle was really earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The troops from the left and right advanced at the same time. The left was ambushed by the Umno alliance and was in danger. Qi Changqing immediately led his troops to help, but he met the Wind Emperor. Qi Changqing took the lead and fought Wind Monarch head-on. His corporeal body was shattered by Wind Monarch and his divine soul drifted away. If it wasn't for Deputy General Wei Zhongyuan who risked his life to snatch him back and handed him over to the army to retreat, his divine soul would have perished on the spot and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. However, after that, Wei Zhongyuan brought his 36 personal guards to stop Wind Monarch's great shamans and they all exploded and died. After Qi Changqing returned, although Commander Dongfang tried his best to save him, he still died. It was that battle that made Commander Dongfang furious and swore to take revenge. He set up layers of traps to kill the Wind Emperor. With 30,000 troops as bait, the two generals conspired and 400,000 elite troops ambushed. The king of Zhuolu held the fort and was determined to kill the Wind Emperor in one fell swoop. After this plan, the Wind Emperor was finally trapped in the formation. The army started to attack. It was also that time that we met the Flood Witch who tore the space from tens of thousands of miles away to help the Wind Emperor. She sent us back to Hidden Dragon. Until today. Yi Changqing sighed faintly. The attack that day, the Flood Witch was in a hurry to save the Wind Emperor. She didn't have the slightest hesitation. Otherwise, you and I would have been turned into dust. How could we have lived for so many days? That battle was ultimately a failure. The Wind Emperor was saved by the flood, but his weapon, the Wind Blade, was defeated. After Qi Changqing's death, Shan Xiaoru, her heart was, and her hair turned white overnight. Marshal Dongfang and the king of Zhuolu felt her true feelings and joined hands to go to the Umno alliance when Qi Changqing was buried. They returned the Wind Emperor's weapon as the price and exchanged it for a 10,000-year-old red spider lily from the great witch Dan Kong. They took the red spider lily and buried it with the red spider lily. They also asked the masters of the Tao League to set up the 3 lives reincarnation formation to calm her down. At this point, everyone suddenly thought of something. They quivered and suddenly became alert. Even Qin Fangyang's eyes were shining. He faintly guessed the reason why Yi Changqing talked about this story, but he couldn't believe it. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. At that time, we said to calm her down. Because of this, Heavenly King Zhua and Marshal Dongfang didn't have any confidence. They just had to leave some hope. Since then, Shan Xiaoru, with her white hair, fought in the battle for a long time and won the title of White Hair Fairy. Because that fairy-like figure with a head full of white hair has become the East Army's signature. After this, 18 years later, a young man, who was only in the inner core realm, disregarded everything and crossed thousands of miles of mountains to find the East Army camp of the Sun Moon Pass. This youth claims to be Thousand-Edged Sword, Qi Changqing. Furthermore, he knows all the old brothers in the army and knows their names. He even knows many secrets that outsiders don't know. After being verified by Marshal Dongfang and the Heavenly King of the Left, as well as repeated investigations by white-haired celestial immortal Shan Xiaoru, We're certain that this person is the reincarnation of Thousand-Edged Sword, Qi Chongqing. Fuck. This sentence was not said by the principals, but by Xiang Chong, who was standing at the side and holding a plate. He blurted it out in shock. Xiang Quangren was furious. He thought that his great-grandson had embarrassed himself by swearing. However, he couldn't lose his temper in front of an important guest. He could only stare at his great-grandson like a knife and kill him over and over again. Fuck you. How dare you swear? You've really embarrassed me. Fuck you. Uneducated. Xiang Chong was as quiet as a cicada in winter. He shivered like a quail in the cold wind. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly shone with unprecedented brilliance. He really didn't know about this matter. This matter had happened too long ago. Although Qin Fangyang had been in the army for many years, he didn't know about this story. However, not knowing wasn't the main point. When Qin Fangyang heard about it, a sudden hope rose in his heart. The hope of meeting his lover again. If they could meet again, the person waiting for him wouldn't be He Yuanyue, but Lu Qianqian. And this young man is also gradually growing. His cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds because he has the complete cultivation memory of Qi Chongqing. Today, he has already married the white-haired heavenly fairy, Shan Xiaoru, and fulfilled the unfulfilled promise of the past. The husband and wife are working together in the Eastern Army. I believe all of you are familiar with his name. The #1 genius in the East Army. Yi Changqing looked at everyone with a smile. Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, and Qin Fangyang suddenly trembled and blurted out, "Young master of the invincible blade, Tai Mingru." Xiang Quangren and Wen Xingtian said, "Young master of the invincible blade, Tai Mingru." Qin Fangyang said, "Invincible blade general, Tai Mingru." However, there was no doubt that they were talking about the same person. Yi Changqing smiled and said, "Yes, it's him." Because this matter is extremely secretive and involves the transaction with the No Alliance, not many people know about it. Commander Dongfang even issued a gag order. However, the marriage between the white-hair fairy, Shan Xiaoru, and the young master of the invincible blade, Tai Mingru, is a matter that is beyond doubt. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath. His face suddenly turned red. For a moment, he even felt a little dizzy. He stuttered, "Principal. Principal Yi. What do you mean?" Yi Changqing smiled and said, "Teacher Qin, I heard that after Principal he passed away, there were experts who made arrangements. At least in my opinion. The day when you and your wife reunite is not hopeless." Qin Fangyang grabbed Yi Changqing's hand and his breathing became more rapid. His eyes were red and his Adam's apple moved up and down. After a long time, he suddenly stood up and picked up a glass of wine. He said softly, but with extreme gratitude, "Principal Yi, I propose a toast to you." The real meaning of Yi Changqing's words was naturally to comfort Qin Fangyang. However, it also revealed that Yi Changqing had already understood every detail of what happened in Phoenix City back then. Yi Changqing stood up, clinked his wine cup, and drained it in one gulp. Then, he said softly, "We all hope that this will happen. Although there are examples of this before, we can't be sure until it actually happens. But this hope is really big." Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "I understand. I won't give up." As he said that, he took a deep look at Sua Xiaoduo. His eyes were full of gratitude. Sua Xiaoduo was looking at Yi Changqing. His eyes were also full of gratitude. Although Qin Fangyang had dressed up for today's meeting, his aura couldn't lie. It was a kind of calm, so calm that it was like a dead silence. Determined to die. Nothing left to live for. However, Yi Changqing's words caused an obvious change in Qin Fangyang's aura. The so-called heart disease must be cured by heart medicine. It wasn't just a saying. If it was just the preparations that Zhuo Xiaoduo had mentioned, Qin Fangyang might not have believed it. Even if there was hope, it was extremely slim. However, today, Yi Changqing had thrown out a real-life example. He could see it and touch it. It was a real example that existed. The two people involved were still alive. They were in the Dongfang army. They could be found. This was an unparalleled encouragement for Qin Fangyang. For the first time, he thought from the bottom of his heart, I can't die. I have to wait for Qianqian to come to me. Before she comes to me, I can't die no matter what. This kind of thinking. This kind of willpower to live was a completely different concept from the muddle-headed life he had before. His whole person instantly became alive. To put it bluntly, he was full of vitality. Ever since the old principal passed away, Zhuo Xiaoduo was most worried about Qin Fangyang's mentality. Now that he saw such a pitiful change, how could he not be overjoyed and ecstatic? The atmosphere at the dining table changed a lot after this conversation. It was much more harmonious. When Xingtian took the opportunity to speak, he pointed at Zhuo Xiaoduo and chuckled. Teacher Qin, this student of yours is not bad. He has good qualifications and is excellent in all aspects. However, I still want to ask you something. His stubbornness. How did you train him in the past? When he heard this, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but laugh. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Alarm bells rang in his heart. In that instant, he felt a strong sense of malice. Hence, before Qin Fangyang could speak, Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly interjected, speaking of Teacher Qin's teachings in the past, sigh. I'm so grateful that I haven't forgotten a single day. He sighed emotionally and said with infinite gratitude, Teacher Qin treated me with emotion and reason. He never beat or scolded me. He was kind and amiable. He convinced people with reason. He was a model teacher and a role model. He could be a role model for other teachers. That's why I could grow up to be so outstanding. I'm a talent among people. I'm the best choice. As he spoke, he winked at Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin, you must cooperate. Ugh. Li Chenglong couldn't hold it in. He turned around and vomited. All the principals had strange expressions on their faces. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. For a moment, there was an awkward silence. Qin Fangyang laughed and said, This child is smart, kind, honest, and has good qualifications. He can endure hardships and is willing to take risks. He's loyal. However, he has a lot of problems. As for how to train his stubbornness. Wen Xingtian's eyes shone. What do you think? Qin Fangyang coughed and couldn't help but laugh. My experience is only one word. Chapter 643. When Xingtian understood and asked deliberately, which word? Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed repeatedly, his eyes darting everywhere. Qin Fangyang ignored Zhuo Xiaoduo's behavior. He held back his laughter and said sternly, Beat him up. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily again. Qin Fangyang added, If there are 4 words to describe, it would be, beat him up. I used to beat him up 8 times a day. That seems to be the minimum. Qin Fangyang sighed. Back in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school, this guy was like a shuttlecock. When it was serious, I could kick him from morning till night without letting him touch the ground. After I discovered this, his improvement was especially great. He's almost become a scene in our No. 2 high school. Li Chenglong, is that what you said? Li Chenglong sighed, but every time Teacher Qin beat him up, his strength would increase by a notch. Then, he would come and beat us up. Sometimes, a few of us even suspect that Sua has a special physique that can increase his cultivation by taking a beating. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and the hall was filled with laughter. Sua Xiaoduo glared at Li Chenglong fiercely, gnashing his teeth in exasperation. Just you wait. Just you wait, just you wait. Let's not talk about whether I have such a physique, but I know you definitely do. Don't worry, swollen, I'll beat you until you fly into the sky. Wen Xingtian laughed so hard that he spat out his wine and coughed repeatedly, so that's how it is. It seems that my method is not wrong. It's just that it's too conservative and the strength is still a little too weak. Sua Xiaoduo's face contorted and he made a final effort. Teacher Qin, I'm so obedient and cute. How can I be that kind of person? You're actually talking about Li Chenglong, right? As he spoke, he desperately winked at Qin Fangyang. Quickly change your words, quickly change your words. Quickly say that you're talking about Li Chenglong. It's him. If there's a problem, I'll take care of it. It's him. If Wen Xingtian uses the same method, I won't be able to live in the future that I'm going to be beaten to death. It was better to let Teacher Wen beat up Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong shook his head repeatedly. It wasn't me. It's not me. Qin Fangyang took a sip of wine and said with a smile, actually, these two guys have the same illness. They both feel uncomfortable if they don't get beaten up. But Li Chenglong's symptoms are slightly better. As for Sua Xiaoduo, after pondering for a moment, he said, it's the kind that is beyond cure. There's no harm in increasing the dose. When Xingtian laughed heartily, I understand now, I understand everything now. Since that's the case, then I'll start implementing Teacher Qin's method from now on. Look at Xiaoduo's performance. It's proof that Teacher Qin's method is effective. It's still fresh in my memory. It's deeply engraved in my bones. As he said that, he glanced at Sua Xiaoduo, who was dumbstruck and looked as if he had lost his parents. His eyes revealed a message, kid, just you wait. We'll settle our accounts soon. Sua Xiaoduo suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. There was no way he could continue living like this. As the cups clinked, the atmosphere became more and more lively. The first round of dishes was taken away. The second round was served. Then, Grandma Shi and the other female guests began to take their seats. When the second round of dishes was served, Xiang Kuangren laughed heartily and said, today is really enjoyable. I haven't had such a good drink in a long time. Xiao Chong, Xiao Bing, didn't you have something to discuss with Li Chenglong? Go, you three young people go and have fun. This sentence was very interesting. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Li Chenglong, the three young people went to have fun. However, they did not mention Sua Xiaoduo. This designation was stronger and more conspicuous. Was Sua Xiaoduo not a young person? This was clearly a differential treatment. Next, Vice Principal Gao ate a few more mouthfuls. After a toast, he was the first to say goodbye. He said that he had something to do and could not wait to leave. It would be too late if he did not leave. Before leaving, he toasted Qin Fangyang 3 more times before leaving with his wife. Everyone tried to persuade him to stay for a while, but Vice Principal Gao was very determined to leave. As for what he had to do, everyone knew in their hearts. Vice Principal Gao also knew in his heart. After all, he was still a suspect. Moreover, he was about to be transferred. After 2 rounds of dishes, he would be an outsider. Moreover, although Xiang Kuangren's sentence was directed at Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, it was also a signal to him. Vice Principal Gao, who was no longer blinded by power, understood very well. As for why Vice Principal Xiang asked Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing to come, the main purpose was that they would work for a while. Then, when the time was right, he would ask them to leave and act as a prop for them to leave. It was enough to give others a hint. This made Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, who had completely understood their own value, feel very tired. It turned out that the two of them were only of this use. One sentence, and it was over. Little did they know that Xiang Quangren was also depressed in his heart. Ever since we became sworn brothers many years ago, I've always been the one to offend people, whether it's in the military or in school. I fucking became sworn brothers with you guys so that I could do bad things and offend people. What the fuck is this? Xiang Quangren squinted at these people very discontentedly. Although I look like a bandit, I can't be used like this. My heart is actually still very pure. This kind of dirty and tiring work, can't I get someone else next time? Do you really think I'm a tool? Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Lu Qingzhan, and the others did not change their expressions. They directly ignored his gaze and chatted enthusiastically with Qin Fangyang. We didn't see it. What the fuck? Xiang Quangren raised his bowl and drank a big bowl of wine. He frowned and pondered. When looking for wives in the next generation, he must find a few petite ones to improve the family's genes. Otherwise, in the future, his children would definitely be born with a scapegoat like him. But when he thought of the wife that he had just chosen for Xiang Chong, he could not help but drink another bowl of wine. That girl from the Zhan family seems to be even stronger than me. How can this genetic problem be fixed? Sigh. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing did not know what their great-grandfather was thinking. They only saw two big eyes rolling around and felt a chill in their hearts. Too fierce. They hurriedly stood up and called Li Chenglong out. At this time, there were really no outsiders at the table. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, Vice Headmaster Lu, Vice Headmaster Qing, Vice Headmaster Zhan, and Grandma Shi. Other than them, there was only Sui Xiao Duo and Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang was still full of smiles, but his heart was as clear as snow. This bunch of people really did eavesdrop. Vice Headmaster Yi, in your opinion, how should we deal with Sui Xiaoduo's meet and ring? Qin Fangyang did not hesitate and went straight to the point. He did not ask how they knew. That's because you know. Everyone understood, so there was no need to explain anything about coincidence, cautiousness, or coincidence. What he meant was, you people from Hidden Dragon Academy eavesdropped on my conversation with my students. This was the truth. Cough cough cough, cough cough, cough cough. Xingtian, you heard this. You say it. Yi Changqing coughed dryly. He looked at Wen Xingtian from the corner of his eyes. You eavesdropped, I didn't. Your students, you say it. Wen Xingtian almost wanted to leave the banquet. I was fucking competing with others on how to be a teacher in charge. You fucking threw me into this shameful accusation of eavesdropping. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being unrighteous. While everyone was holding back their laughter, Wen Xingtian cleared his throat and smiled. I'm ashamed to say that Vice Headmaster Yi was idle at home this afternoon. He did not intentionally eavesdrop on Brother Qin and Xiao Duo's conversation. However, he was really too close. His cultivation is too high, and there are some things that need to be grasped. Brother Qin, you can understand. It wasn't me. I'm not taking the blame. It was Yi Changqing who eavesdropped. Qin Fangyang held back his laughter. Yes, yes. Vice Headmaster Ye's cultivation is profound. We can't catch up to you. Yi Changqing immediately choked on his anger. Wen Xingtian, you're really something. I let you take the blame, but you turned around and directly sold me out. So you didn't eavesdrop. This is equivalent to two armies fighting. I waved my hand at the vanguard and said, "You go." Then the vanguard turned around and threw me, the commander, to the enemy. What's there to fight? Wen Xingtian, you're really something. You're really something. You're really something. You, Qin Fangyang, I just untied the knot in your heart. You repay me, your great benefactor. You can't catch up. You can't catch up. Do you think we can't tell if you're praising or insulting us? Yi Changqing swore in his heart. Although his face was red, he still had to put on an apologetic expression. However, he still had to put on an expression that was somewhat apologetic. I'm suffocating. I've been framed for so many years, but I've never been so sullen. However, since the words had already been spoken, Wen Xingtian had no choice but to let the cat out of the bag. He no longer had any scruples. He had already offended him. Then he might as well continue. There was not much difference between offending him 10 times and offending him 100 times. After knowing about this, Principal Yi came to me specifically to discuss this matter. Wen Xingtian's face was not red nor was he out of breath. He ignored Yi Changqing's sharp gaze and said fearlessly, "Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Teacher Qin. I, Wen Xingtian, am not trying to show off." At that time, I told Principal Yi that the students have such intentions, but we must not let them down. At that time, Principal Yi was thinking. Cough cough, let's not talk about that. However, Teacher Qin, don't worry. Our hidden dragon high school will never do something as shameless as using the students' wealth as the school's welfare. With me, Wen Xingtian, that despicable Principal Yi. Cough cough cough, that's impossible. Xiang Guangren coughed and took a big gulp of wine. However, he choked and covered his mouth while coughing. Vice Principal Qing lowered his head and seemed to be studying the drumstick in front of him. Why was it eaten so cleanly? Vice Principal Liu raised his head and looked at the chandelier. The chandelier was so colorful today. Why didn't he notice it before? Vice Principal Zhan looked at Wen Xingtian with eyes full of admiration. You're awesome, Wen Xingtian. Speaking of which, I've never been impressed by you in my life, but today, I'm impressed. I'm sincerely impressed. Grandma Shi lowered her head, her shoulders twitching. Vice Principal Liu's and Vice Principal Cheng's wives were smiling, holding hands and studying each other's fingers. Yi Changqing panted and stared at Wen Xingtian murderously. He secretly circulated his luck in his heart. Wen Xingtian, when Qin Fangyang leaves, I'll let you celebrate the new year. Start cleaning and preparing for the meeting. Chapter 644. Yi Changqing was so angry that he became muddled. I was sold out by my little brother today, and I was fucking sold out thoroughly. Not only was I sold out, but I was also covered in shit before selling it. I still have to suffer in silence, suffer losses all the way to the end. There's no one else who can be a boss like me. But at this time, he couldn't refute or teach him a lesson. Otherwise, wouldn't Teacher Qin Fangyang see him as a joke? Since he had already said the most difficult thing to say, Wen Xingtian became more and more familiar with it, and spoke without thinking. Teacher Qin, what do you think of this plan? I suggest. Wen Xingtian took all the credit for Yi Changqing's contribution to himself without holding back. As for what a boss is. Isn't a boss used to take the blame? Do you think it's so easy to be a boss? If you don't take the blame for your brothers, why should your brothers recognize you as their boss? This principle is also said everywhere in the world. With this thought, Wen Xingtian suddenly felt that he was in the right. Let's think about it. We'll open all of these resources to the students at 1/10 of the market price. Therefore, we won't keep a single cent of the wealth obtained, and we'll give it all to Xiao Duo. Moreover, we'll publicize this matter in the school, saying that this is a treasure that Xiao Duo accidentally found in the Starlight Mountain Range. Because he's selfless, noble, and pure, we decided to sell it cheaply, just to raise everyone's cultivation. On the other hand, we'll try to create a student leader. Wen Xingtian's words made Qin Fangyang's eyes light up. The main reason why we set the price at 1/10 of the market price is not to amass wealth, but once something is obtained without sowing, it's hard to show its value. Therefore, students who are interested must use the corresponding wealth to exchange for it, and can also use credits to exchange. The school will also convert the credits into the corresponding wealth, resources, and even money, and give it back to Xiao Duo. Wen Xingtian said in one breath, as for everything else, if it's inconvenient for students Xiao Duo or if he doesn't have the means to deal with it, our Hidden Dragon High School will take care of it. In short, we won't let students Xiao Duo suffer. As for the higher tier ones, the school is planning to hold an auction and the highest bidder will win. As for the rest, if anything unexpected happens, follow this plan. I was the one who proposed this plan. Principal Yi was convinced by me, and now we have reached a consensus. Wen Xingtian spoke frankly and with assurance, speaking with certainty. Especially that sentence, Principal Yi has been convinced by me, it really made people's imagination run wild. Yi Changqing choked on a meatball on the spot. Yi Changqing, who had originally planned to turn his grief and anger into appetite, glared at Wen Xingtian again. You're making it sound like I've done something extremely heinous. Are you done slandering me? Wen Xingtian said apologetically, I'm done slandering you. Principal, you can say whatever you want to say now. As long as you have the ability to slander me back, I absolutely have no objections. Yi Changqing expressed that he was mentally exhausted. You've already said so much. I've already been nailed to the pillar of shame. How can I slander you back? Don't you know that it's hard to take back what's spilled? The more you slander it, the dirtier it gets. Wen Xingtian, I'll remember you. You must also remember what happened today. In the future, don't blame it on things that don't happen for no reason. Wen Xingtian said, in addition, our Hidden Dragon High School will award students Xiao Duo an additional 1 million credits. Teacher Qin, what do you think? Yi Changqing's eyes widened. 1 million credits. We didn't talk about this before. This isn't a small number. No, this is a huge number. However, to Yi Changqing's surprise, Qin Fangyang actually shook his head. Forget about the credit reward. This kid won't be lacking in credits. On the contrary, if possible, it's better to deduct his credits as much as possible. Otherwise, he'll be lying in bed like a salted fish. We need to give him a certain amount of motivation. Xiao Duo looked aggrieved. Teacher Qin, I'm listening right here. Besides, am I that kind of person? Qin Fangyang knew his bad temperament too well. He turned a blind eye to his aggrieved face. He said, if you let him practice by himself, he's indeed more hardworking. But that's because he's afraid of death. Whenever you let him go out to do a mission, you have to whip him out. This guy's personality is really a bit weird. Wen Xingtian held back his laughter. How weird. Can you be more specific and share it with everyone? Lazy, afraid of death, greedy, stingy. Let's put it this way. It's just that his family background isn't good. If this kid had a high-ranking official as his father, I reckon he would just lie in bed like a salted fish until he died. The most important thing is that this guy lies without blinking. He's good at making up excuses. He's good at acting. As long as it's something he doesn't want to do, he'll make up excuses. If he doesn't cultivate and become an actor, he might even be a best actor or something. The premise is that he's not so lazy. Swa Xiao Duo shouted, "Stop! Stop! Teacher Qin, please don't say any more. I still want to save face." Everyone burst into laughter again. However, they really had to look at him in a new light. Because, in everyone's opinion, Swa Xiao Duo practiced hard and seriously. Usually, he was also full of tricks and tricks. Such a person shouldn't be afraid of death or danger, right? However, they neglected the fact that this kid was so hardworking because he was afraid of death and danger. He wanted to avoid these as much as possible. And the best way to avoid danger and death was to surpass it with tyrannical strength. However, no matter how strong his foundation was, no matter how strong he wanted it to be, no matter how strong his accumulation was, he would still be worried that he didn't have enough trump cards. He would only hate that his wallet wasn't thick enough. He would only feel that this world was full of danger. People like us should sleep at home wrapped in blankets. We should practice until we're invincible. Then, we can sleep at home wrapped in blankets. This is the safest. When we need a sense of achievement, we can wear godly equipment and go to the newbie village to show off. Isn't that fun too? The simplest and most direct way is to send him out to do more missions. Qin Fangyang coughed and said, "The more missions that others can't complete, such as elixirs that can't be found, resources that can't be found, and so on. This kid might be able to bring back a surprise for you." This kind of surprise has happened more than once or twice. Swa Xiao Duo screamed miserably, "Teacher Qin." Qin Fangyang laughed and said, Okay, let's not talk about it. If we continue, this kid will get angry. I'm scared that he'll hate me. I'm really scared. Swa Xiao Duo became more and more resentful. You've already said everything, okay? What else can I say if I continue? There's nothing wrong with it. If I continue, I guess there's nothing else to say other than praise me. Humph. Sure enough, teachers are all pig trotters. To think that I thought you'd be on my side unconditionally and spoil me for life. So it was an illusion. At this point, they had basically finished discussing everything. All that was left was to drink to their heart's content. However, Qin Fangyang remembered something and raised his glass to Yi Changqing. Principal Yi, speaking of which, your generosity is what I admire the most. Yi Changqing was confused. Me? Generosity? He thought about it in his mind. Where did this come from? Qin Fangyang said with a smile, I heard from Xiao Duo that you even lent him a divine item like the Void Extermination Pagoda. Qin Fangyang emphasized the word lent. Yi Changqing blushed at once. He understood what Qin Fangyang was trying to say. Qin Fangyang had given them a top-grade astral soul jade and made a great contribution to the school. He had even acted as bait for the school, risking his life. Now, he had come back to give the school 2 Beast Kings a chance to soar. Then, you gave him a useless Void Extermination Pagoda that could only be used as a storage ring. And you even borrowed it. Borrowed it. Yi Changqing felt like he had been slapped in the face. For a moment, he was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. He said with a red face, What do you mean borrowed? It's just a small toy. I gave it to Xiao Duo to play with. Isn't that right, Xiao Duo? As he spoke, he looked at Swa Xiao Duo with a pleading look in his eyes. Don't talk about borrowing. I gave it to you. It's for you. Swa Xiao Duo understood and said, Principal Yi gave it to me. Qin Fangyang said, Oh. That's why I said Principal Yi is generous. Yi Changqing laughed awkwardly. Qin Fangyang turned to teach Swa Xiao Duo a lesson. The Void Extermination Pagoda is a good thing. Since Principal Yi gave it to you, you should hurry up and deal with it. Find an expert to make it recognize you as the owner of the pagoda. Otherwise, everyone can go in now. How can I be at ease? Sua Xiao Duo nodded obediently. Yes, I'll think of a way. Qin Fangyang said, that's right. Hurry up and deal with it. You must set it up well. You're such a worrisome child. Sua Xiao Duo lowered his head and listened to the lecture. When Xingtian rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. Well, Boss Ye's Void Extermination Pagoda was gone from today onwards. Ever since Qin Fangyang knew about the Void Extermination Pagoda and cultivated in it, he immediately sensed the difference in time. Therefore, he took advantage of this opportunity to be a thick-skinned fool and help Sua Xiao Duo ask for it. If Sua Xiao Duo asked for it himself, firstly, he would be too embarrassed to do so. Secondly, he didn't know when he would get it. Since that was the case, he decided to be the bad guy. In fact, from Qin Fangyang's point of view, this was the most important thing for him to do this time. While the secret was still unknown to others, he would destroy it directly. Yi Changqing was of course not a bad person. But Qin Fangyang was determined to help Sua Xiao Duo get it. If Yi Changqing had pretended to be confused and said that he wanted to lend it to Sua Xiao Duo, Qin Fangyang would have taken the initiative to ask for it in another way. Sua Xiao Duo had helped the Hidden Dragon martial arts school so much. It was just a pagoda, why would he want to lend it to him? So what if he gave it to him? That would make Yi Changqing even more embarrassed. But Qin Fangyang didn't care. Now that he had obtained it so smoothly, Qin Fangyang could finally heave a sigh of relief. Well, it was me, Qin Fangyang, who was shameless. It had nothing to do with Sua Xiao Duo. At this time, Sua Xiao Duo was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have remembered something. He turned his head and said, Vice President Liu, the three most important herbs for your recovery are the sun-setting flower, the phantom vine and the soul-tempering vermilion fruit, right? Chapter 645. Vice Principal Liu sat in his wheelchair and said calmly, yes, it's rare for you to keep it in mind. However, Madame Liu became nervous all of a sudden. Women were more sensitive. Why did Sua Xiao Duo ask about this all of a sudden? She thought about what Qin Fangyang said just now. For example, the elixirs and resources that couldn't be found. This kid might be able to bring back a surprise for her. Could it be? Suddenly, she looked nervously at Sua Xiao Duo's face. Sua Xiao Duo frowned and said, what do you still lack? Yi Changqing suddenly became agitated and said, Xiao Duo, why are you suddenly asking about this? Madame Liu's face was filled with grief as she said, the necessary 17 main ingredients and 36 auxiliary ingredients have all been prepared long ago. However, the three most important ingredients are even more important than the main ingredients. Last year, Big Brother Yi found the Spectre's Vine. He found the sunsetting flower 10 years ago. Only the soul-tempering vermilion fruit is a dream item that can only be found by chance. Madame Liu sighed softly. She watched her husband grow old in a year. There was clearly hope to save him, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find the herbs. This kind of despair, this kind of torment. It wasn't easy for her to not break down after so many years. Soul-tempering vermilion fruit. Sua Xiao Duo flipped his wrist and two fruits suddenly appeared in his palm. The two black and shiny fruits were shrouded in a layer of solid fog. In the middle, there were specks of starlight, as if there were stars twinkling in the boundless night sky. Is this it? Sua Xiao Duo asked nervously, this. Madame Liu continued to speak sadly. Our family has raised the reward again and again. It has been raised to 5 billion. Ah! She suddenly screamed and stared at Sua Xiao Duo's hand. Ah! Sua Xiao Duo also screamed. Obviously, he was shocked when he heard the astronomical reward of 5 billion. Madam Lu, you should have said so earlier. You only said so after I took it out. Sua Xiao Duo was filled with resentment. Qin Fangyang and Wen Xingtian could be said to be the two people who knew him the best. At this moment, looking at this kid's lifeless appearance, the two of them couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Yi Chunqing's eyes lit up, and he instantly snatched the soul-tempering vermilion fruit from Sua Xiaoduo's hand. This is it. This is it. Sister-in-law, quickly put it away. We'll go after the banquet to help old Lu recover. This matter should not be delayed, this matter should not be delayed. Sua Xiaoduo stretched out his hand and was speechless. I've already taken it out. Is there a need to snatch it? Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Yet, his heart was bleeding. With a wave of my hand, I lost a total of 5 billion. Now, 2,000 yuan is enough for an ordinary family to eat for a year, but I lost 5 billion in less than a second. A total of 5 billion. Let me die. I don't want to live anymore. The sadness in Sua Xiaoduo's heart turned into a river, no, an ocean, a vast sea, a sea of stars. In an instant, he felt that life had lost its joy. Of course, finding the soul-tempering vermilion fruit would compensate him. This was a matter of course. No matter what, the group of people from Hidden Dragon High School would not do such a thing as robbing a junior. This was for sure. But now, looking at Sua Xiaoduo's expression was really too interesting. Everyone wanted to watch for a while more. They all held back their laughter and ignored him. They only surrounded Vice Principal Lu and asked about his well-being. Old Lu, this is great. Yeah, that's exactly what we're lacking. I have to say, old Lu's luck is really good. This is what it means for a blessed person to not have to worry. Madame Lu's eyes were filled with tears, and she kept thanking him. After so many years of waiting, her wish finally came true. At this moment, Madame Lu even felt a little dizzy. Even with her high cultivation, at this very moment, her 2 feet felt as if she was stepping on clouds. She felt indescribably weak and powerless. Even when she looked out, everything she saw was a double image. Her body swayed unsteadily. Grandma sure felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly helped Madame Lu, who was already speaking incoherently, to sit down and quickly mixed a bottle of life water to drink. She sat aside and sighed softly. No one understood Madame Lu's hardships better than her. Now, the hardships were finally over, and the future was bright and smooth. Sua Xiaoduo watched from the side and felt that his heartache was actually dissipating little by little. Heartache for what? Why did I take it out? When I took it out, did I want to use it to exchange for a lot of money and a lot of resources? Of course not. If that's the case, then why do I feel heartache? The expression on Sua Xiaoduo's face slowly relaxed, and there was a lot more smile in his eyes. This bunch of old things are all laughing at me, thinking that I can't tell. But I have to pretend that I've lost my soul. Let's see what you can do. Qin Fangyang, who had been watching him all this time, revealed a smile in his eyes. He was finally relieved. The current Xiao duo, compared to when he was in Phoenix City, had indeed grown a lot. At that time, in order to save a little bit of tuition fees, he could lie to the heavens. Later, he was exposed and couldn't get off the stage, so he had to apologize at the conference. But now, with 5 billion in front of him, he was actually relieved very quickly. This wasn't because he didn't care about money anymore because he had money. But, he had truly experienced that some things were really more important than money. Much more important. In this world, there wasn't only profit. Only when he realized this, could he be considered to have truly grown up. What's more, perhaps Xiao Duo himself didn't realize it, but in reality, He was already walking on a path that was completely different from his original mindset. This path, no matter how crooked it was, would ultimately end in a righteous and upright path. Finally, when Xingtian turned around and looked at Sua Xiaoduo mockingly. "Io, Sua Xiaoduo. Look at your heartache. TSK. When Xingtian exclaimed in surprise. The current Sua Xiaoduo. Why was he acting so calm? Although he tried his best to pretend that he was heartbroken. In the eyes of these experienced people, there was no need to pretend. It was just a meaningless act. When Xingtian also felt a sense of relief when he came to a realization in an instant. He also figured out the process of Sua Xiaoduo going from heartache to relief. Yi Changqing and the others also smiled, feeling comforted in their hearts. Patting Sua Xiaoduo's shoulder, Yi Changqing smiled, "Not bad. Not bad at all. Life is actually a process of searching. So, what are we searching for? We are searching for someone who is worthy of our sacrifice. Birth determines that in this life, we have to work hard for the safety and happiness of our parents. In order to protect them, in order to not let them down, in order to make them proud of us, this is the benchmark of life. If we can find this benchmark, we can't be too bad. That's why the saying goes, filial piety is the most important of all virtues." Yi Changqing said, "When you grow up, you start to make friends. But at this point in time, your mind is still immature. There's no need to sacrifice. There's no talk of fighting. It's just pure happiness. Until you find your other half in life, you'll have one more burden and one more guardian. People who do the above two things well can be called human. Then, as your cultivation gradually improves, you gradually realize that there are actually many people in this world who are worthy of your sacrifice. For example, friends, brothers, teachers. When you are willing to do something for these people. If you walk down this path, you can be called a master." Yi Changqing looked gratified, "You are already doing very well." Sua Xiaoduo scratched his head. He muttered, "So now I am Master Sua. The originally joyous atmosphere in the room was instantly destroyed by this sentence. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did this kid always have the ability to turn a serious atmosphere into a mess with just one sentence? Yi Changqing still wanted to give a long lecture, but in the end, he choked on his words and rolled his eyes. Ha! When Xingtian then said, "I'm sure you'll get your share of the rewards. There are many good things, and just one purifying jade lotus is enough to make up for the value of the soul-tempering vermilion fruit, or even more. It's just that that thing is more suitable for girls." Sua Xiaoduo's interest was immediately piqued. "How good is it for girls? Can you tell me the specific effects?" When Xingtian was speechless. "Speaking of girls, your eyes are like light bulbs. What's going on?" Everyone turned their heads, no longer looking at this face that suddenly became enthusiastic when he heard that a girl had a good meal. They continued to chat as if nothing had happened. Sua Xiaoduo scratched his head, his eyes shining, but his mind was blank. If that purified jade lotus is eaten by Nian Nian cat. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Qin Fangyang sighed. This kid is stupid. Is he really in love? I have to remind him about this, but there are too many people here. That night, the guests and the host enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Yi Changqing made an invitation. In 1.5 months, the students of Hidden Dragon High School will go to the front lines. At that time, according to the school's tradition, a parent-teacher conference will be held every year. For Hidden Dragon High School, this is an annual event. If Teacher Qin is interested, you can come and watch the ceremony. Qin Fangyang hesitated for a moment but still declined tactfully. He only said that it would depend on the situation and that he might not be able to come back. The parent-teacher conference was attended by the students' parents. As a teacher, it wasn't appropriate for him to attend. Hidden Dragon High School's annual parent-teacher conference was a tradition. At that time, all the students' parents would gather. Firstly, it was to encourage the students to go to war. Secondly, from a certain perspective, it was to let the parents accept some things step by step. For example, going to war, or being injured, or being sacrificed. Living in a time of war, this kind of thing had to be accepted and mentally prepared. Although they were still students and the risk factor wasn't great, but this kind of concept had to be instilled. Otherwise, there would definitely be accidents and sacrifices at that time. If it happened abruptly, the parents might not be able to accept such a strong impact. And from now on, Hidden Dragon High School was already seriously preparing for this matter. This was a major event. The annual parent-teacher conference had a name, World's Parents' Hearts. Most of the students' parents had already received the notice. Even those who had a longer journey had already started to move. Swishaoduo's parents were naturally also invited. Moreover, they were the first to bear the brunt. Wen Xingtian and Yi Chongqing both felt that it was very magical. Such an ordinary couple could actually nurture two geniuses. It was really a miracle. She really wanted to see how this magical couple did it. Chapter 646. Qin Fangyang's arrival and today's meeting made Swishaoduo's heart calm down a lot. He had always been most worried about Qin Fangyang. And through this meeting, Swishaoduo was relieved. So he deliberately kept Qin Fangyang for one more day. On the second night, when Qin Fangyang was about to leave, Swishaoduo gave him a dragon soul ginseng despite Qin Fangyang's refusal. I don't know when I'll be able to see you again, Teacher Qin. I'm just afraid it won't be a good time. You can try to compress a few more times when you're at the peak of the divine reigning realm. When you break through to the returning profound realm, you can immediately take this dragon soul ginseng. You can raise your cultivation to the peak of the returning profound realm in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. This time, I really feel that there are too many experts in this world. It's too dangerous. Swishaoduo said with sincerity. Qin Fangyang didn't want to accept it and refused it several times. He was so anxious that tears almost flowed down his face. When Qin Fangyang stood outside Fenghai City again, he felt like everything was like a dream. For an entire day, accompanied by Wen Xingtian, Qin Fangyang toured the entire Hidden Dragon High School. He deeply felt the depth of the Hidden Dragon High School's foundation. Just as he thought, the absolute strength of the upper echelons of the Hidden Dragon High School was not very high. At least, none of them could surpass Qin Fangyang's understanding of their strength. It could even be said that if it weren't for the accident at that time, many of the people teaching in the Hidden Dragon High School would be buried in the front lines of the Sun Moon Pass. But because of their serious injuries, their cultivation path was cut off. They knew that if they stayed in the army, they would become a burden to their comrades. So they chose to leave the army and turn to nurture future talents for the country. As long as there was a glimmer of hope to recover, these people would not return. This was the tradition of the entire astral souls, those who were disabled and unable to fight, nurture others from the rear. Those who could fight, continue to shed blood on the battlefield. They're all good men. Qin Fangyang praised from the bottom of his heart. Half of his life was spent fighting for the country, and the other half was spent cultivating talents. At this point, Swishaoduo and Li Chenglong were in the Hidden Dragon High School. Qin Fangyang could be considered to be completely at ease and no longer had any doubts. Before coming here, he really didn't expect to return with such a bountiful harvest. He had prepared a lot of cultivation materials for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong accepted them happily. But as he interacted with them, Qin Fangyang soon found out that the resources the two students were using were far better than what he had given them. This reality was a little awkward. Even though the students were in high spirits in order to save his face, Qin Fangyang still felt uncomfortable in his heart. In the future, he must get some good stuff. What he didn't know was that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's excitement came from their hearts and wasn't fake at all. They really attached great importance to the things Qin Fangyang gave them. Each and every one of them was carefully stored away. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong might keep this kind of goodwill and be reluctant to use it. Every time they saw it, they would feel peace and gratitude in their hearts. The significance of a gift, for many people, didn't lie in its value, but in its goodwill. This teacher Qin still cares about me, still thinks of me, still misses me, kind of goodwill was already precious enough. The value of the gift itself was secondary, or even insignificant. Qin Fangyang was the second person who didn't expect that he would have such an unexpected surprise this time, and it wasn't just one surprise. First of all, his cultivation base, through the one-time consumption of the spiritual meat, could be said to be a one-time astonishing leap. Now, not only did he directly advance to the middle stage of the God-reigning realm, the effect of the king-level demon beast meat was still not used up. He was steadily advancing to the high level of the God-reigning realm. Once he reached the upper stage, he would have to prepare to compress his own true yuan and break through to the returning profound realm. At that time, he would consume the dragon soul ginseng that Zhuo Xiaoduo gave him. At the very least, it would increase his pure cultivation by 1,000 years. 1,000 years of pure cultivation was practically enough to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the returning profound realm in a single step. The remaining energy would even be enough for him to complete the compression of his true yuan before he could ascend to the heavens twice. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could ascend to the heavens in a single step. With this foundation, I'll strive to complete the compression breakthrough in half a year and reach the returning profound realm as soon as possible. Qin Fangyang stroked the top-grade astral soul's jade in his bosom. Although he was still reluctant to use it, at this juncture, he had to use it first to raise his cultivation base. Just by looking at the Starlight Mountain range this time, I can deduce that the next time this kid causes trouble, even those at the returning profound realm might not be able to handle it. I have to reach the peak of the returning profound realm as soon as possible, or even the Sky Soar realm. Qin Fangyang's heart was boiling. As for the second surprise, it was naturally the story that Yi Chongqing told him. This anecdote, had reignited Qin Fangyang's dead heart. If you can retain your memories and still remember me, then you'll be my Qianqian. Back then, the coin that Xiao Duo made had the power of fortune from the universe cycle. Perhaps it should be similar to the one that Marshal Dongfang made before. Qin Fangyang now had an impulse to rush to the Sun Moon Pass and ask about the details of this story. He wanted to understand every detail of this story. However, Qin Fangyang stroked his spatial ring. It was better to finish this batch of deliveries first before thinking about anything else. First stop, Shangjing. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo did not have any special requests, it was better to send something to his sister faster than others. Then, he would also visit Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio. Then, he would go directly to Guangdong, Yumoyan. From Guangdong, he would go to the Dragon Soul High Martial School, Li Zhongming. Then, he would go to the Kunlun Dao sect, and pass by Phoenix City. Then, he would set off from Phoenix City, go all the way to the Zizai Dao sect, and then go directly to the Sun Moon Pass. Yes, that's it. Qin Fangyang suddenly had a thought that he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhuo Xiaoduo's plan was very complete. This round of deliveries was destined to take a long time. It would basically allow him to completely exhaust the effect of his portion of Beast King meat and convert it all into his foundation. There would also be enough time for him to adapt to his current cultivation strength and consolidate his realm. He would also use this period of buffer to prevent himself from getting hurt in a fight. Because along the way, he didn't dare to waste time, so he naturally wouldn't cause any trouble. Furthermore, Sua Xiaoduo had asked him to deliver the packages before Yi Changqing told him the anecdote of the white-haired celestial immortal. That child's deeper hope was that after going through this round and meeting many old friends, he would be in a good mood, no longer dead, and dispel some of his feelings of death, right? This kid really put a lot of thought into this. Qin Fangyang felt a little strange. As a teacher, he was arranged by his own student just like that. The arrangement was proper, and he had to carry it out meticulously, without the slightest bit of carelessness. Next, Sua Xiaoduo was busy for a whole day. Only then did he completely dismember the Centipede King and Snake King. All the bones, flesh, and skin were separated. Other than the small portion that Qin Fangyang had already taken away, Sua Xiaoduo decided to leave an additional 2,500 kilograms for himself. As for the rest, there was a total of 67,000 caddies left for Wen Xingtian to take away. After obtaining so much king-grade astral beast spirit meat, Wen Xingtian felt like he was floating in the air. This was a full 67,500 kilograms. It was enough for the students of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School to make a qualitative leap. However, for those who were about to break through and were suppressing their cultivation, they had to treat it with extra caution, or eat it with the help of their teachers. Otherwise, if they ate a mouthful of meat while they were still suppressing their cultivation, they would directly break through. That would reduce their chances of accumulating their foundation, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, this meat was not only a problem of how to distribute it, but also a problem of how to consume it. Of course, after all these years at the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, he was already familiar with these matters. However, it was still the first time that so much was given at once. Xiang Quangren suggested that the students who were training and were about to go to the front lines should also participate in this promotion. Yi Changqing agreed readily. The higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School held a meeting to discuss this matter. Not only the students, but also the teachers who wanted the meat could also get a portion as long as they paid the corresponding price. After all, there was too much meat this time. Other than the meat, Sua Xiaoduo also gave out the bones, skulls, and snake skin. These were all good goods that were priceless. However, Sua Xiaoduo could not use them himself, but if he handed them over to the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, they would complement each other. I don't care how you deal with it. I just need to wait for the money or resources. Sua Xiaoduo was very calm about this. This was because he had the capital to be calm enough. The value of the thousands of centipede pearls dug out from the centipede queen's body was even higher than that of the Lingdua's meat. Especially the 40 fist-sized pearls, they were the treasures of the treasures. Priceless was not enough to describe them. Yes, there were also 9 bowl-sized pearls. They were definitely private items, the kind that he would not tell anyone about. Yes, one of them was given to Qin Fangyang, so he could give it to Sua Xiaoyan. Sua Xiaoduo planned to play with these small pearls for a few days before handing them over to Wen Xingtian and the others to deal with. As for the big pearls, he kept them for himself and waited for the right time to deal with them. As for the 8 biggest pearls, they were all kept for himself. Compared to the centipede pearls, the number of snake pearls taken out was smaller. Only 89 snake pearls were found from the Cobra King. 88 of them were the size of 2 fists and the biggest one was about the size of Sua Xiaoduo's head. With 90 snake pearls, the Cobra King will be able to transform into a flood dragon and grow a horn. With 95 snake pearls, the Cobra King will be able to grow another horn and 2 claws. With 99 snake pearls, the Cobra King will be able to transform into a flood dragon. From then on, the number of snake pearls will not increase, only the quality. As for this Snake King, it was only one step away from transforming into a dragon. If it could successfully eat the heavenly treasure and increase its cultivation by 1,000 years, it would not only transform into a dragon, it would not be too far away from becoming a dragon, right? The snake pearls and the centipede pearls seemed to have the same function. They were both used to expel poison. However, if one were to look at the details, there would be a huge difference. In addition, Xiaoduo had kept 2 valuable Beast King pellets for himself. Xiaoduo looked at the pearls rolling back and forth on the ground. They were sparkling, crystal clear, and flawless. There was an indescribable fondness in his heart. Suddenly, he had an idea. Why don't I play marbles with these? This was the true meaning of high-end, grand, and classy. After playing with the pearls for a long time, he put them away. At this point, the 2 Beast Kings had been dealt with. Next, it was time to deal with the spatial rings. Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong worked overtime to sort out the spatial rings. However, it still took them a whole week to sort them out. As soon as they were done, Swollen was so tired that he became autistic. I've never seen anyone order people around like this. You're using a person to death. But if a sheep was plucked, wouldn't it be bald? Even if you have medicine and let me drink it for free to recover, but I'm mentally and emotionally exhausted. Swollen wanted to cry more than once or twice that I thought I was dealing with 1,000 spatial rings. In the end, after dealing with all the spatial rings, he realized that he had dealt with 2,864 of them. Xiaoduo, you're inhumane. Your actions are infuriating. You're heartless. Li Chenglong roared in grief and indignation. Xiaoduo coughed, which was rare. He didn't retort. Instead, he looked more or less guilty. Actually, you can't blame me. It's all because of the 3 demons of Huangquan. Tian Wujiang and the other god Imperial expert spatial rings. These words were true. Just the spatial rings of the 3 demons of Huangquan alone had taken out more than 300 spatial rings. In Tian Wujiang's ring, there were more than 400 spatial rings. Of course, some of the spatial rings were empty. There was basically nothing valuable in them. However, the workload still increased by hundreds of times out of nowhere. How could Li Chenglong not go crazy? Finally, it was done. Li Chenglong weighed his lower body. Instantly, his face looked weary. Damn, I've lost 6 pounds. A whole 6 pounds. Yi Chongqing specially sent a logistics teacher to oversee everything. All the things that Xiaoduo said he didn't want, this teacher just needed to make a phone call and there would be merchants coming to buy them. When Hidden Dragon High School did this kind of thing, it had already formed a related industrial chain. All these years, all the useless things that they seized were all dealt with in this way. It had already formed a huge customer base. However, after so many years, it was rare to see a shipment as large as Xiaoduo's. It was so large that it was almost boundless. Even Hidden Dragon High School rarely had records of killing God Imperial expert. They even had to kill as many as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The owners and managers of the big and small supermarkets were all lining up outside. There were also many owners of specialty stores who came to join in the fun. Heads were moving, forming a huge crowd. It was as if a meeting was being held. And the people who came here all had faces full of excitement. How could they not be happy? How could they not be excited? They could get cheap goods again. Every time they bought goods from Hidden Dragon High School, they could make a fortune. They really hoped that there would be days like this every day. There were even people who collected scraps. It could be seen that this customer base covered all aspects. Among them, there was a rare special case of a businessman who directly entered the villa. Those with eyes could tell at a glance that this person was Fenghai's new boss, President Fong, Mr. Fong. Fong Yinhua didn't stand on ceremony at all. He packed up all the women's underwear and took away all the protective clothing that high-grade subhuman experts needed. He also took away 10,000 boxes of high-grade wine and 4,000 kilograms of high-grade tea leaves. However, these were still just a small number. It wasn't enough to reach the apex. After Fong Yinhua left, this logistics teacher dealt with 1.7 billion yuan in cash for Zhuo Xiao Duo in just one afternoon. It didn't involve cultivation materials or heavenly treasures. Just the items in the mortal world were worth this much after the transaction and purchase. Yes, this was the amount after the discount. It could be seen how rich Zhuo Xiaoduo's harvest was this time. It was really shocking and breathtaking. Then, there were the medicinal herbs, elixirs, and astral soul stones used by cultivators. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at his phone. Ding dong, large amounts of money were transferred into his account. He was in such a good mood that he couldn't close his mouth. They say that too much money is just a number. But why do I feel so happy when I see these numbers jumping continuously? It took 3 whole days to process the goods. For 3 days and 3 nights, the sound of Zhuo Xiaoduo's phone beeping had never stopped. This logistics teacher's estimation was so accurate that all the merchants could profit from it. However, he wouldn't deal with it cheaply. After 3 days and 3 nights, even this cloud transformation realm teacher collapsed from exhaustion due to the exhaustion of thinking. How could there be so much? All the mid-grade astral souls jade and low-grade astral souls jade were taken away by Hidden Dragon High Marshal. That was a total of tens of millions of pieces. The warehouse was filled to the brim. Yes, these tens of millions of pieces of astral souls jade. 99% of them were mid-grade. Low-grade astral souls jade was the absolute minority. This time, the bounty hunters in the Starlight Mountain Range were at the soul transformation realm. How could they have so many low-grade astral souls jade on them? At most, they would have a few pieces of low-grade astral souls jade. However, there weren't many high-grade astral souls jade. There were still many heavenly treasures that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't deal with for the time being. He planned to keep them for missions. Those that were still alive were directly planted near the earth veins of his own void extermination tower. After the transaction was completed, the total amount of cash in Zhuo Xiaoduo's account soared and broke through the 5 billion yuan mark. It was as if he had earned it all the way to his grandmother's house. And this was only the part that wasn't worth much. Those that were really valuable would be dealt with later. For example, the king beast spirit meat and the astral souls jade that Hidden Dragon High Marshal took away. These hadn't been paid for yet. Yes, there were also the 2,700 rings that Hidden Dragon High Marshal took away. They hadn't been paid for either. More than 100 rings with a relatively large space were intercepted by Zhuo Xiaoduo. The other precious item that Hidden Dragon High Marshal took away, the martial arts secret manuals that were found in these rings, were also not valued. On one hand, it wasn't easy to value them. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo hadn't thought of what else he could ask for. If he really wanted to value the secret manuals, Hidden Dragon High Marshal might not be able to afford them. Then he could only wait. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but sigh. War was the best way to make money. 2 sleeves of gold was nothing. This time, he had gone out to train for less than a month, and the total value of his gains was more than a few 100 billion yuan. He put his hands on his waist and was satisfied. He especially wanted to stand on top of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts building and ask, "Do you know how awesome I am?" He couldn't wait to grab someone and ask, "Do you know how rich I am now?" What's 2 sleeves of gold? I have 2 sleeves of gold. With the money I have now, I can pay the fines for Nyen Nyen Cat until I'm old and die." If someone heard this, they would be full of disdain. With so much money in your hands, you actually didn't think of anything else other than paying the fines. So what if you have 2 sleeves of gold? No one else could have this kind of awareness. Li Chenglong was at the side, holding the 50 kilograms of meat that Zhuo Xiaoduo gave him. He was smiling like a 165-kilogram fool. That was great. Really great. With this meat, I can complete the compression until I break through the inner core realm. Then, I can accumulate it until I reach the peak and compress it a few more times. How much time would I save in cultivation? In the first year of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, if not me, who else could it be? Except for Zhuo, if not me, who else could it be? But this meat. Li Chenglong secretly glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo, only to see that bastard looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. "Humph, what are you looking at? Anyway, I'm going to eat it raw. I'll eat it raw." Li Chenglong hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. Without hesitation, he bravely moved forward. Although he knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo was waiting for him to make a fool of himself eating it raw, Li Chenglong still couldn't bear to waste it. This opportunity was hard to come by. If he ate it this time, he didn't know when the next time would be. And he didn't know if there would be another chance. Of course, he had to maximize the benefits. Eating it raw was fine. Increasing his strength was the most important thing. If not me, who else could it be? "I'm coming, wait for me." The next day. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts released internal news. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts first-year Class 1 students Zhuo Xiaoduo, during the Starlight Mountain Range trial, discovered 2 king-level demonic beasts fighting each other, and both died. Zhuo Xiaoduo brought back the king-level demonic beast meat and entrusted it to the school for the benefit of all the teachers and students. There's no need to say more about the effects of the king-level demonic beast meat, everyone knows. This is an opportunity for all the teachers and students of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts to leap forward. Although students Zhuo Xiaoduo is indifferent to fame and fortune, after the school's research, we can't let people do things for free. As martial artists, we should be clear about cause and effect. Therefore, we've made the following decisions. First, the king-level demonic beast meat will be sold at 1/10 of the market price, including but not limited to cash, astral souls, jade, high-grade cultivation resources, etc., all can be used as trading items. Second, all the teachers and students of the school, before trading, must first consider their own condition and act according to their ability. Be careful not to be unable to control the sudden increase in spiritual source after eating the king-level demonic beast meat, and break through the realm of the meridians. All the class teachers must take good care of the students, and try their best to prevent things like breaking through the foundation of the students. Third, all the profits from this transaction will be transferred back to students Zhuo Xiaoduo. Fourth, I hope that all the teachers and students of the school can understand students Zhuo Xiaoduo's painstaking efforts. Fifth, because students Zhuo Xiaoduo is deeply righteous and indifferent to fame and fortune, the school's rewards and decorations have all been rejected. After the school's research, the school committee has decided to give students Zhuo Xiaoduo a Hidden Dragon High Martial Spirit Medal. From today onwards, he will forever be a role model for the students of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. Sixth, this is limited to the teachers and students of the school. Each person is limited to 1 portion. This portion of the king-level demonic beast meat cannot be resold or transferred to others in any way. Violators will be held accountable and expelled from the school. Moreover, the violators' relatives and friends will never be recruited by Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. Seventh. There were a lot of conditions. In a flash, the students exploded. It wasn't because of the medal given to Zhuo Xiaoduo, but because of the king-level demonic beast meat. Everyone was a martial artist. Naturally, they were clear in their hearts what the king-level demonic beast meat meant. It truly signified a leap in strength. In this world where martial arts were supreme, where the strong were respected, and where there were internal and external troubles and constant wars, a leap in strength was almost equivalent to a life. In a flash, Zhou Xiao Duo became an absolutely influential figure in the Hidden Dragon High martial arts. A treasure that could allow thousands of martial artists to take a big step forward at the same time. Taking it out like this, and only charging a tenth of its value, this was simply saying, I'm embarrassed to give it to you for free. If I give it to you for free, you owe me too much karma, so I'll just charge a tenth of it as a gesture. No one owes anyone anything. But how could everyone not know the whole story? This was a huge favor, okay? The other party had a lot of resources, and this kind of meat was indeed not suitable to be stored for a long time. But who didn't want to sell it to? As long as it was a cultivator, who wouldn't rush to buy it? Taking 10,000 steps back, so what if the other party put it in their ring and let it rot? Selling it for a tenth of its value. It would be better for it to rot. Why would you care if they dug a hole and buried it? Why would they take it out? Wasn't it for their own good? If they couldn't even understand this point, why would they practice martial arts? Why would they cultivate the Tao? Countless students called their families one after another to apply for resources. Students from poor families who are unable to pay, students with Xiao Duo promises that everyone will trade 5 kilograms of spirit meat at half the market price and sign an IOU stating that they will return it within 10 years. Many of the poor students who had been feeling dejected a moment ago had their eyes lit up when they heard this. Originally, they were still feeling sorry for themselves, envious, jealous, and hateful. But when this condition came out, everyone's gratitude towards Zhou Xiao Duo skyrocketed, soaring all the way to the point of bursting. They were too moved. Although the price was expensive, and it was not a tenth of the initial price, but half. The repayment conditions were too lax. Return it within 10 years. If you couldn't repay this debt 10 years after graduating from Hidden Dragon High School, then how much of a waste would you be? If you were really that much of a waste, then so be it if you couldn't repay the debt. If you don't have a spatial ring, or if your spatial ring is less than 1 cubic meter, you can also come to the Academic Affairs Office to buy it. Each person is limited to 1 ring, and the price is 1/5 of the market price. Yes, this discount is also provided by students with Xiao Duo. The entire Hidden Dragon High School once again boiled over. From teachers to students, almost everyone was praising Zhou Xiao Duo. Zhou Xiao Duo, from today onwards, had truly become a star student of Hidden Dragon High School, and had established his position as a student leader. Enchanting, Wen Xingtian, and the others watched the scene of the school in full swing, and their hearts were filled with gratification. In the future, everyone at Hidden Dragon High School will be convinced that a person worthy of being a leader is starting to show signs. As long as we nurture him well, Zhou Xiao Duo will become the future leader of Hidden Dragon High School's graduates, the leader, and the soul of the leaders. Enchanting smiled with gratification. Although this time, it seems like we're just building momentum for Zhou Xiao Duo, as long as he can lead this group of students well, in the future, our Hidden Dragon High School will benefit even more. In the end, the name of Hidden Dragon High School will be spread. Xiang Kuangren, Vice Principal Cheng, and Vice Principal Liu, who had just recovered, all nodded their heads with glowing faces. Those who had run institutions of higher learning all knew how difficult it was to find a person that everyone was convinced of among so many students. It was almost impossible. But now, such a person had appeared in Hidden Dragon High School. And it wasn't just a sign, it was already close to taking shape. For the future, this was an immeasurably huge event. If so many students, under the leadership of the same person, worked together, thought together, and twisted into a rope, what kind of power would that be? All the principals were filled with wild and fanciful thoughts, and were filled with fascination. At this point, there must be a spoiler. The beautiful future that Vice Principal Yi and the others fantasized about did indeed appear in the future. But at that time, they wanted to catch Suoxiao Duo and beat the shit out of this bastard, beat him until he peed, and beat him until his snot and tears flowed, and he prostrated himself on the ground. Many years later, there would be a sentence that would spread across the continent. Every time the principals heard it, they would sigh deeply and be speechless. Beauties in the clouds, men in the ancestral dragon, and hooligans in Hidden Dragon High School are everywhere. Well, this is a story for another time. Cough. There are too many trivial matters in this chapter, so I might as well not split it into chapters. Please vote. Chapter 647. By the time the Hidden Dragon High School student finished dealing with the money and transferred it all to Suoxiao Duo, Suoxiao's account had reached a whopping 100 billion. This situation made Master Zhua, who had always been addicted to money, suddenly feel that he had no goal to strive for. For a moment, he was actually at a loss. Damn it, I have too much money. Because this number was just as much as the bank's reserves. This feeling was really terrible. In order to not let himself have this feeling, in order to continue working hard and earning money, Suoxiao Duo did something weird. He turned off his phone's notifications. This way, I won't know how much money I have, right? Next, I have to hold on to one thought, and that is, no matter how much money I have, it will never be enough. So, continue to work hard and earn money, dog. For the next period of time, Suoxiao Duo went back to school, classes, the gravity room, cultivation, compression. This repeated cycle. Of course, he also took out an hour every day to read everyone's fortune and earn some luck points. Yes, he also took out an extra hour or so to beat up Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, and the others. After everyone ate the Beast King meat, their strength increased greatly, and it was still increasing. Therefore, they all became very arrogant. How could they not teach them a lesson and establish their position as the boss? Under Suoxiao's hard work, the students of Class 1 returned to being humble and cautious in no time. Another change was that the number of people who came to snatch tables from Suoxiao Duo at lunchtime had suddenly increased. Snatching tables was not for revenge. Snatching tables had now evolved into the fastest way to get to know each other. Every person who came to snatch a table had to say a word of thanks first. When others snatched tables from Suoxiao Duo also snatched tables from others. He quickly defeated all the Year 2 students and began to advance towards the Year 3 students. Soon, he reached Class 6. As a new Year 1 student who had just entered the school, he had defeated all the Year 2 students and challenged the Year 3 seniors. Every time he won, he was making history and creating a legend. The only difference was the extent to which this legend could be written, and how far it could go. As Suoxiao's battle achievements became more and more glorious, Suoxiao's popularity within the Hidden Dragon High School also became better and better. People might be grateful if there were only gifts, such as Beast King meat and a spatial ring, but they wouldn't admire or worship him. However, along with his tyrannical and invincible martial strength, he was able to continuously fight and win against those of a higher level. Then, everyone had a different feeling. Meng Zhongjun had once said something, and it was almost what all the freshmen were thinking. Originally, I knew that I was a genius. When I was in number 1 middle school in the garrison shop, I was always the champion. After I came to the Hidden Dragon High School, I still had the extravagant hope of being the champion. However, this thought was crushed by Suoxiao Duo as soon as I came here. Along the way, I actually started to worship this bitch. Now, I don't know when, but I'm convinced. This sentence caused many people to bitterly smile in agreement. Yes, everyone was a genius, a proud son of heaven. Before coming to the Hidden Dragon High School, who would be convinced of who? 99% of them had the idea that they were number one in the world. However, after coming here, they discovered the difference between them and others. There were differences between geniuses, and there were even more geniuses above geniuses. First, they were unconvinced, then they were angry, then they chased after him and worked hard with all their might. However, after all their efforts were fruitless, they could only look up, and constantly look up. Then, this kind of looking up turned into reverence and even admiration. From admiration to complete submission, from complete submission to worship, and from worship. It slowly transformed into another kind of mentality. Although no one was willing to admit this kind of mentality, they still retained their last bit of pride to support it. However, everyone understood. This kind of mentality was called submission. During this time, Li Chenglong would desperately chew raw meat whenever he had the time. He wouldn't stop chewing even if his cheeks hurt. Not only did he not pay for the meat, there was also a lot of it. His cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. In addition, every time this guy advanced by leaps and bounds, after every compression, he would have a fight with Suo Xiao. He would be beaten up, and his restless spirit energy would be directly beaten up. Then, he would continue to eat, continue to compress, continue to fight, continue to be beaten up, and continue to eat. After repeating this cycle, Li Chenglong had only eaten 15 kilograms of king-level astral beast meat before reaching the point where his cultivation could no longer increase. This result made Li Chenglong almost cry out loud. I have a whole 50 kilograms of spirit meat, ah. I thought I could rely on this precious meat to soar all the way to the cloud transformation realm. In the end, my body assimilated so quickly and reached the limit. There was still so much left. Suo Xiao Duo expressed his understanding. No one forced you to eat raw meat, ah. However, Li Chenglong had also reached the point where he could no longer compress. This time, compared to the previous time, he had compressed one more time, reaching 10 times. Finally, it was time to prepare for the breakthrough. On Suo Xiaoduo's side, he was already at the 36th time of compression. He had also reached the limit and could no longer continue. However, Suo Xiaoduo still wanted to continue. It would be best if he could persevere until the 50th time. Therefore, he had been bitterly holding on, desperately smashing his dantian with the sledgehammer. He smashed himself every day until he cried out miserably and bled from his 7 orifices. However, he was still unwilling to give up and continued to smash his sledgehammer. When Xingtian checked his meridians and dantian, other than expressing his speechlessness, he was basically speechless. This is even more solid than the cloud transformation realm. You are still not satisfied. I'd like to see how far you can go with your cultivation. Once a demon wanted to defy the heavens and persevere to the end, the result would be really hard to say. During this period of time, outside of the Hidden Dragon High Martial competition, the mainland was shaken and major events happened one after another. It was said that there was a huge battle at the Umno Alliance and hundreds of mountains were destroyed. No one knew what happened, but after a few days, they received the news that the left and right heavenly kings had joined forces to go to the Umno Alliance and fought fiercely. The more specific reason was unknown, but the Umno Alliance was already furious. At the Sun and Moon Pass, the battle was on the verge of breaking out and exploding at any time. As the real instigator, the heavenly king of the right naturally knew that this battle would not happen. The situation was like this. After the flood which rejected the unreasonable request of the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian began to think of a way. He had to think of a way. If he wanted to get those ingredients alone, it would be tantamount to courting death. Finally, after the incident at the Starry Mountain Range was over, the 5 venerables returned. Yudongtian's side was fully staffed, so he called the king of Zwolu. Well, if you have nothing to do, come over quickly. If you have something to do, put it aside first and come over quickly. My uncle Zwo wants you to get something. Aunt Zwo wants to hold a family banquet and lacks some ingredients. She wants you to help her. The king of Zwolu was confused. Master was lacking ingredients for a family banquet? How was that possible? What could an old man like him lack? Besides, if he lacked ingredients, he could have just come to me. Why did he need Yudongtian to pass on the message? Was it because he was shameless? Just tell me, what's going on? Nothing much, just tell me if you want to do it or not. If you don't want to do it, I'll reply immediately, Yudongtian said. Why didn't my master tell me personally? Isn't it the same if he told me? Do you think I would cheat you? That's very possible. Do you think this is the first day I met you? Forget it then. Since you don't want to do it, I'll tell Uncle Zwa and Aunt Zwa. You still have the nerve to ask me why they didn't come to you. Everyone knows that you're a lazy bastard. The elderly have their pride too. Wouldn't they be sad if you said you were busy? Now, you really are busy. You unfilial disciple. Wait. What's the matter? What ingredients are you lacking? Why do you need me to do it personally? The king of Zwolu did not understand Yudongtian's strategy of retreating in order to advance in the future. Yudongtian rolled his eyes and held the phone. It's not a big deal. Just some ordinary things. I've been very busy recently. I wanted you to. Sigh, forget it. I'll prepare it myself. Although it's a little difficult, it's just a little troublesome. As for the family banquet, you don't have to go. Anyway, Uncle Zwa didn't invite you. Yes, it's sad to have such a disciple who doesn't do anything. Ordinary things. The king of Zwolu was anxious. Who said I don't want to do it? Don't slander me. You really want to do it? Of course. No regrets. No regrets. Forget it. It's not like I can't do it myself. Why should I share half of the credit with you? Let me tell you, Yudongtian. You have to say it today whether you want to or not. Heavenly King Zwo was anxious. He was now sure that this was a task that his master had assigned to Yudongtian. And Yudongtian was used to pushing the blame to others. The king of Zwolu felt that his guess was almost 90% accurate. How could he not know Yudongtian's temper after so many years? However, even if he knew this, the king of Zwolu had to take the blame. This made him very helpless. This was also the main reason why he had been avoiding this guy for so many years. Nothing good would come out of being with him. This was a fact. Because Yudongtian had another bad side. He liked to complain. She was speechless. Most of the time, it was Yudongtian who got into trouble. She had to deal with it with him. She was as tired as a dog. After dealing with it with great difficulty, he turned around and complained, "It wasn't me, it was him." And the worst thing was, Yudongtian was watched by his master's wife since he was young. This relationship was even closer than his own disciple. If Yudongtian's wife complained, he would not be able to handle it. Although master and mistress didn't arrange for him to get the ingredients, I told Zwolu to work with me to get more ingredients to show filial piety to Auntie. But this guy just wouldn't go no matter what. That guy is unfilial. Yudongtian would definitely say something like that. And he would definitely say something like that. He would add oil and sauce to the fire to add insult to injury. If he was sitting at home and the blame fell from the sky. The king of Zwolu felt that it would be better to make a trip there. Wasn't it just getting some ingredients? Just ingredients. It was not a big deal. Chapter 648. The king of Zwolu thought to himself. I'll get more on the way and make your wife happy. That's my filial piety, isn't it? It's not that I don't want to tell you, but Answa is going to prepare these ingredients for your junior brother and junior sister. Yu Dongtian said sarcastically, the requirements are high. I'm afraid you won't dare to go. The king of Zwolu smiled faintly and said confidently, is there any place in this world that I don't dare to go? Even if it's the Umno Alliance's heavenly wizard palace, I dare to go. Yu Dongtian slapped his thigh and said, then it's settled. Remember to bring your wife and your 8 messengers. I'll call my 5 venerables. Let's go together. The king of Zwolu's brain almost exploded. Wasn't this lineup and strength too shocking? Sending out such an earth-shattering team just to get ingredients? What ingredients were they getting? Are you serious? What are you going to do? Nothing much. I'm just going to get a few kilograms of fire water bamboo shoots, hurricane crabs, fire sea abalones. Yu Dongtian said casually. In addition to the things that Wu Yuding had asked for, he added a few more on his own. He counted and found that the specialties of the 12 warlocks of the Umno Alliance were all there. After hearing this, the king of Zwolu's head swelled by at least 3 times. No. I can't do this. I knew a coward like you wouldn't dare to go. Forget it, I'll go myself. I'll get some tonics for your junior brother and junior sister, and I'll flatter them. Or I won't take any disciples in my life. What's the point of having a disciple? I've raised him since he was young, taught him everything, and helped him reach the peak. I've spent so much effort, but in the end, he's unfilial and unfilial. Yu Dongtian sneered, you don't even give him some food. Don't expect him to go through fire and water, and expect him to be filial. Ha ha ha. You should just sit on the heavenly king of the left seat that Uncle Zwo arranged for you, and sleep with the wife that Aunt Zwo found for you. I'm going. The heavenly king of the left was infuriated. Fine, I'll go. If you dare to go, why wouldn't I dare to go? On the other side, Yu Dongtian was very straightforward. Then it's settled. See you at the sun's moon pass in a day. Then, without saying another word, he hung up the phone. It was said that the heavenly king of the left held his phone to his ear and was stunned for a long time. Fuck. I've been tricked again. He slapped his own mouth in frustration. He knew that Yu Dongtian was a talkative person, but he provoked him again. Wife, answer Yu Dongtian's calls next time. Ha. You said that thousands of years ago. I haven't answered any of his calls. I wasn't paying attention. Who would have thought that he would trick me again? You're talking as if he didn't trick you before. With your IQ, I feel wronged watching you suffer every day. Why did I find someone like you who looks smart but is actually brainless? Ha. It's fine as long as you have brains. Ha ha ha. If I had brains, why would I find you? The next day, the king of Zwolu and his wife arrived with 8 messengers. Yu Dongtian's 5 venerables, heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star, were all in position. The 16 divine transcendents didn't say a word after they met, but only one word was used, reckless. With such a powerful force, what was there to be afraid of? Yu Dongtian waved his hand in high spirits. We're invincible. Let's go. Whoosh. Together, they rushed into the Umno Alliance. The first thing you need to do is to deal with the water flame bamboo shoots. So, you went to look for Great Flood Shaman to talk about the Starlight Mountain Range's spatial ruins and stall for time. Your wife went to look for Great Fire Shaman to talk about it and stall for time. As for your wife, she's a woman. She went to the Great Fire Shaman because of his status, he naturally wouldn't meet her alone. Just give me 1 minute. I'll steal. No, I'll collect the water flame bamboo shoots. Heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star will go to the sea of fire and look for the sea of fire abalones. This is the first part of the plan. The second part of the plan is for the 8 messengers to go and find Dan Kong, who's not far away. 2 of them will go and deliver a message to Dan Kong. Tell him what we're going to do. The other 6 will go and collect the space lotuses. 1 for each person. Yu Dongtian obviously had a mature plan in mind. Don't worry, now is the time when the 3 continents are working together to explore the ruins. They won't fight. As long as we succeed, we'll retreat immediately. There won't be any future troubles. The king of Swolu's face was gloomy as he muttered to himself. Damn it, you mustered so many people to get me here, but it turns out that you're going to be a thief. How did you Dongtian offend my master? This is simply a matter of life and death. And... are you sure there won't be a fight? You're going to steal someone else's precious thing. But now that things had come to this, how could he shrink back? Especially under Yu Dongtian's disdainful gaze, the king of Swolu couldn't afford to lose face. Who am I afraid of? Let's go then. After the plan was set, they set off immediately. It had to be said that Yu Dongtian's luck was really good. He didn't know if this was the end of his misfortune. The space ruins were about to open, and the flood witch said that she would come personally. But the backlash in his body hadn't been completely eliminated, and he would feel weak from time to time. In view of this, the flood witch obviously went into seclusion to eliminate this hidden danger before the ruins opened. And this hidden change also caused these people to come to the No Alliance without encountering the flood witch. After learning this good news, Yu Dongtian became bolder and didn't have any scruples at all. Without the flood, who am I afraid of? So he used his cultivation to control the clouds, and there was a spiritual energy storm for 3 days. Then, like a bandit, he rushed in and picked at least 3 caddies of water fire bamboo shoots. He didn't let go of any bamboo shoots that stuck out. When he came out, he happened to meet the 5 venerables who were being chased by the fire witch couple. The king of Swolu's wife was trying her best to resist. Yu Dongtian went directly to steal the time and caught the fire witch couple off guard. Then he took people and ran without stopping. On the way, he met up with Swolu and rushed to Dan Kong's side. He saved 2 messengers who were almost beaten to death and met up with the 6 who picked the space lotus. The fire witch Dan Kong roared all the way. Flustered and exasperated, he directly mobilized all the troops to encircle and annihilate. The left and right heavenly kings led their subordinates and rushed into the territory of the great ice nether witch, following behind them. The 2 heavenly kings led their men to fight against several great witches. Swolu's wife personally took action. She didn't just pick a few ice soul lotus, she directly pulled out 2 ice soul lotuses. The ice hell witch went crazy on the spot. I had 4 in total, and half of them were gone. You and I can't live under the same sky. The fire witch couple, Dan Kong, and Bing Ming, the 4 great witches joined hands and fought until their eyes turned red. But at this time, Yu Dongtian shouted, "Brother, hold on." Then, he ran away in a flash, not stopping for even a moment. The fire witch, who was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, couldn't help but want to laugh. Yu Dongtian actually left his brother and ran away at this moment of life and death. I can laugh at this joke for 3 years. Soon Yu Dongtian rushed back with all his might, go. So everyone tried their best to break out of the encirclement. Behind Yu Dongtian was the crazy Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor was so angry that his mouth was leaking air. Yu Dongtian. Put down my crabs. Son of a bitch. The Wind Emperor, who had always been gentle and elegant, kept swearing. His eyes were blue. This son of a bitch, he actually took away 10 hurricane crabs from the Wind Lake. What a bastard. Then they fought and walked at the same time. They passed by the territories of several great witches one after another. They successfully turned into a superstorm in the whole Umno Alliance. Hundreds of millions of people chased after them. The left and right heavenly kings broke out of the encirclement. The Umno Alliance's army was behind them. Except for the Flood Witch, there were 8 great witches chasing after them and participating in the battle. After this battle, the king of Zwoluf suffered internal injuries. He covered his chest and was speechless. There were so many great witches surrounding us, and so many Umno Alliance's experts. How could we be their opponents with so few people? No wonder Yu Dongtian didn't dare to come alone. This was simply courting death. Didn't you fucking swear that there wouldn't be a fight? You wouldn't fight. I almost lost my life there. Finally, Yu Dongtian rushed out with great efforts. Looking at the few senior magi, who were still chasing closely behind him, Yu Dongtian stood still in the air, cupped his hands, and tried to persuade them, everyone. Yu Dongtian. Everyone. Peace is precious. Precious my ass. The few senior magi cursed out loud and launched a series of fierce attacks against Yu Dongtian. Yu Dongtian knew how powerful they were, so he ran away immediately. When they finally came back, the left and right heavenly kings and the other 16 super experts had almost broken their legs from running. The Umno Alliance's army behind them was like a tsunami. It was like a swarm of insects in a desert, constantly rolling and surging, increasing in number until it covered the sky and covered the sun. The thousands of miles of defense line at the Sun-Moon Pass couldn't see the sun in an instant. This situation scared General Dongfang. Is this a fucking final battle? It's not that bad, right? Why is there no sign at all? I didn't even see the aura, and it's already here. Fuck. Did they dig up the Umno Alliance's ancestral grave? The great heavenly fade array at the Sun-Moon Pass was activated immediately, and the heavenly Tao was activated. The starry sky was inverted, and the awe-inspiring star array appeared. The situation was so urgent that General Dongfang's phone was about to explode from calling for help. Someone come quickly, this is bad. Even the star-plucking Emperor's clone rushed over. How did things suddenly change like this? Fortunately, the battle didn't start. However, the 9 great witches felt like their livers were swollen from anger, and their lungs were about to explode. It was the first time they had seen such a shameless thing in so many years. The 9 great witches stood in the air and cursed for 3 whole days. Their curses were endless, and the mountains were rumbling. The pine trees were rustling. The echoes were rumbling. It was earth-shattering. It was deafening. Today is Alliance Master Little Chen's birthday. Well, you may not know Little Chen, but I'm the one you're talking about. It's my birthday. I wish Little Chen a happy birthday. Chapter 649. The generals and warriors on the human side were all confused by this scene. It looked like they were really angry. What's wrong? On the other side, the 9 great shamans were all flustered and exasperated. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was graceful and magnanimous. He reprimanded them righteously, saying that the great shamans were making a mountain out of a molehill. The heavenly king of the right expressed that he would not lower himself to their level. He had already agreed with the Flood Witch that we were going to do something big together. Yet, the 9 of you were cursing and swearing here. You're really ungentlemanly and tarnishing the status of great shamans. If you insist on starting a war, we're not afraid. However, you should go back and discuss with the Flood Witch before coming back. However, I guarantee that the Flood Witch will beat you up. You don't care about the big picture. You're worse than a 3-year-old child. The 9 great shamans were so angry that their livers were about to explode. Yu Dongtian was the heavenly king of the right after all. Can't you be more shameless? Just you wait. The 9 great shamans really did not dare to start a war right now. They were not lucky enough. If they started a war now, both sides would definitely suffer great losses. The only result of this would be that the Tao League would benefit. After both sides suffered great losses, the Tao League would be able to conquer the 3 continents without any effort. How could the people of the Umno Alliance be willing to accept such an outcome? The 3 sides were in a delicate balance of power now. The Tao League and the Astral Souls were working together to fight against the Umno Alliance. No one dared to break this balance. Although the 3 sides were in a balance of power now, the Umno Alliance was the most powerful one. This was an undeniable fact. It was also because of this that the Tao League and the natives of the Astral Souls were working together to fight against the Umno Alliance. It was also common knowledge that according to the ancient history books, the first continent to return was the Tao Alliance continent. When the Tao Alliance continent had just returned, it had engaged in a fierce battle with the Star Soul continent. The battle had been extremely tragic since the beginning, and this tragic battle had lasted for several years. The Tao League might want to exterminate the Astral Souls and dominate this land. However, just as the Astral Souls were about to lose their ability to resist, the Umno Alliance returned from space. The auras of the 12 warlocks were earth-shattering. Their overall power and actual combat power were far above that of the Tao League. Back then, the strength of the Umno Alliance was like the Tao League to the natives of the Astral Souls continent. They dominated the world and fought head-on from the start. Moreover, the first target was the Tao League. In the eyes of the Umno Alliance, the Astral Souls were not even worth mentioning and could be exterminated with a flip of the hand. There was nothing to pay attention to. It wasn't that the Umno Alliance was too arrogant. It was the truth. The great Magus of the Flood Alliance used his twin warhammers to beat the Tao Alliance's experts so badly that they were forced to flee. His aura skyrocketed as he lifted his warhammers and smashed them straight into the divine mountain of the Tao Alliance, smashing straight into the 3 Purities Palace. That battle had truly caused the heavens and earth to collapse and the sun and moon to dim. The 3 Pure One's 7 swords were chased out by the Flood Witch with her hammers. She then smashed the sacred mountain, turning the entire 3 Pure One's palace into ruins and smashing the entire sacred mountain into pieces. She stood on the peak of the highest peak of the Tao League with her hammers and shouted to the world, "I'm the world's #1. Who doesn't agree with me?" That day, when the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer appeared for the first time, it shocked the 3 continents. It was also the first time the title of the world's #1 expert appeared. In the truest sense, she was invincible. However, the arrogant Umno Alliance at that time did not know that it was the Flood Witch's earth-shattering battle that not only did she not subdue the 2 continents, but she also saved the Astral Souls continent, which was on the verge of total defeat, from the brink of destruction. How could the Tao League care about exterminating the Astral Souls continent when faced with such a powerful and cruel enemy? The Tao League made an emergency ceasefire and negotiated peace with the Astral Souls continent. They turned their attention to preparing for the Umno Alliance. At that time, the Wizard Alliance had just returned and were bursting with confidence. Each and every one of them had an inflated mentality that was about to explode. The 3 Pure Ones and 7 Swords joined forces with all the remaining experts of the Star Spirit continent to attack the Wizard Alliance. A total of 3,000 top-notch fighters from both sides fought the Flood Witch to the death. On the other side, the 2 sides also joined forces to urgently repair the Sun-Moon Pass. The top-notch fighters met the Flood Witch at the Sorcerer God Mountain. Both sides agreed that if they could fight to a draw, they would establish an alliance. The higher-ups of the 3 continents would not participate in the battle unless it was a decisive battle. They swore in the name of the Tao ancestor and the sorcerer ancestor. At that time, the flood witch was at the peak of her power. She was so arrogant that she felt like she could swallow the entire continent with just one mouth. That's it. I'm invincible. Why should I be afraid of this? After being provoked, she simply said, "All of you can come at me together." It was also because of this sentence that caused endless trouble in the future. In that battle, there were 3,000 experts from the 2 continents. Among them, 730 of them formed the double 365 heavenly cycle star formation. Just as the battle started, the moment the formation was laid down, they all gathered together and self-destructed. The power of 700 top-notch fighters self-destructing at the same time caused this battle to be filled with sorrow from the very beginning. In the battle at the Sorcerer God Mountain, almost all of the Umno Alliance's fighters below the senior sorcerer level were killed. The 12 senior sorcerers were all severely injured. The Flood Witch held her twin hammers and hauled sorrowfully towards the sky. She shouted 3 times, "Despicable! Shameless! Good man!" She just stood on the peak of the mountain and watched the remaining experts from both continents leave the Sorcerer God Mountain. She had the power to kill everyone, but the overall battle was forced to a draw by the 2 continents. It was already a draw. The oath was established. Since ancient times, the most important thing that the Umno Alliance kept in the depths of their souls was the oath. The Flood Witch could not destroy the pride of the Wu people. Therefore, she was bound by the oath and could not attack the remaining enemies. As for the Tao League and the Astral Souls, 3,000 of them went. When they came back, only 93 people were left. But these 93 people were all severely injured. Among them, 17 of them died a few years after their return due to chronic illnesses and old injuries that were difficult to recover from. They passed away one after another. However, it was precisely because of this battle that they successfully established the alliance of the 3 alliances. During the construction of the Sun-Moon Pass, the 28 experts who did not go to the Umno Alliance, 14 people from the Astral Souls, and 14 people from the Tao League took up 28 positions in the north, south, east, and west. It was the 28 constellations defense formation. Each of them brought 7 of their brothers to the 4 directions of the east, south, west, and north. They formed the 4 spirits formation. With the 4 spirits formation as the foundation, they built the 28 constellations defense formation. On top of this, they each took their own positions and triggered the response of the constellations, borrowing power from the heavens. The 28 experts and the 7 brothers who were determined to contribute their strength made up a total of 224 top-notch humans. On the same day, they all passed away in their respective positions. They turned their complete bodies, lives, and souls into the power of the 4 spirits. With the combination of human strength and the power of the stars, they turned into the 28 constellations, guarding the border forever. At the right time, everyone used their immortal will and flesh to communicate with the heavens. They used their souls to trigger the power of the 4 spirits. The power of the 28 constellations fell from the heavens and stabilized the defense line in all directions. They became one with the heavens and earth, sharing the breath of the sun and the moon. Unless the heavens and earth were overturned and the sun and moon were destroyed, it could not be destroyed. Until then, the defense line was finally formed. From then on, no matter how the mountains and earth shook, no matter how the world changed, the defense line of the 28 constellations defense formation stood firm and could not be destroyed. As long as it was within its range, even if it was just a rock, it could not be destroyed. They could only fight, attack, and defend. If they wanted to use their power to shake the mountains and pass, it was already impossible. From then on, the Sun-Moon Pass became the true Great Wall of flesh and blood. From that moment onwards, the Tao Alliance and the Star Soul continent finally had a chance to catch their breaths. The great sacrifice made the future generations blurry and emotional every time they talked about it. From then on, due to the restrictions of the alliance, the upper echelons of both sides rarely participated in the battle. The restrictions of the Umno Alliance's Grand Magi were especially severe. They could not mobilize more than 3 Grand Magi in a single battle. Once violated, the absolute upper echelons of the Tao League and the Astral Souls would join forces to counterattack. Once a battle of this level started, the souls of the stars and the 28 constellations' defense formation would be awakened. They would communicate with the power of the heavens and counterattack. When that time came, due to the restrictions of the Oath and the fact that the Umno Alliance was the first to break the Oath, the Umno Alliance's heavenly Tao could not produce providence to counterattack. The situation would take a turn for the worse, and the impact would be too great. It was also from then on that the upper echelons of the Umno Alliance realized that the Tao League and the Astral Souls' previous actions were simply a ploy. It was even a cover-up. They used huge sacrifices and contributions as a medium to turn the battle of survival into a battle of providence. The difference between a battle of survival and a battle of providence was too huge. They were two completely different concepts. However, even if they knew that they had fallen into a trap, what was done could not be undone. What could the Umno Alliance do? Therefore, after so many years, the 3 sides were entangled with each other and fought until today. From this, it could be seen that although the Umno Alliance's combat power was high, when it came to intelligence, it was very weak. Then why were 99% of the combat power of the Sun-Moon pass from the Astral Souls? The reason was actually very simple. It was because before the final battle, between the Astral Souls and the Tao League, the Astral Souls was weak and almost on the decline. The so-called alliance was in an absolute disadvantage, and there was no room for negotiation. Therefore, there was another agreement between the Tao League and the Astral Souls, which was the border of the battle with the Umno Alliance. Before the Astral Souls was destroyed, the humans and the Astral Souls had to be at the front line. The Tao League was at the second line. Although this was an extremely unfair agreement, the Astral Souls could not resist at all. They did not even have the right to object. They could only accept it. After that, the Astral Souls experienced a long period of darkness. Later on, in the next few decades, more than 10 young geniuses appeared out of nowhere, and all of them spared no expense in increasing their combat power to the point where they could hold their own. In the end, the Sky Surveyor throne and the Emperor Zhai Xing stood out, and the two of them rose to power miraculously, like the sun and moon hanging in the sky. As soon as their wings were fully developed, they rushed to the Tao League's 3 Pristines Palace and changed the agreement. If you don't change it, then we'll go our separate ways. You play your game, and we play ours. We'll all die together. After that, the Sky Inspecting Throne challenged the Flood Great Shaman by himself. For that battle, the Sky Surveyor throne specially forged a Sky Surveyor sword to counter the Flood Witch's 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Although the Sky Surveyor throne lost in the end, the Flood Witch did not have it easy either. She was the strongest opponent he had ever met in his life. The Sky Surveyor throne's shocking battle established his immortal reputation. At the same time, the Emperor Zhai Xing challenged the Tao League's Thunder Taoist, and it was said that the two of them fought to a draw. Since then, the era of the Minister and the Emperor began. The two great experts shook the world and intimidated the Shaman and Tao Leagues. With their absolute strength, they raised the status of the humans in the Astral Souls continent. That was how the situation was turned around. Well, actually, it was just that they were strong, and their words had more weight. The strong were respected, and the bigger the fist, the bigger the argument. That was why everyone lived in peace for so many years. It was like a silent agreement: if you don't send the flood, we won't touch the minister and the emperor, and the Tao League won't send the Thunder Taoist. For many years, this kind of battle between absolute upper echelons was extremely rare. Even if it happened once in a while, it was only limited to the friction between one or two people, and it was harmless. However, about 20 years ago, the demon star suddenly moved, and the weather changed drastically. On that day, the sky darkened, and there was a torrential rain. And the torrential rain was a rain of blood, a rain that was like blood. Within the range of the 3 continents, it rained blood for a day and a night. After the rain of blood, the image of the heavenly court appeared in the sky. It was like a mirage, but it was so clear that it was almost within reach. Since then, the corpses of the ancient demon clan that had been sleeping underground suddenly erupted with demonic energy, and it was only then that demon emperor-level demonic beasts appeared on the continents. Before that, the highest level among the star beasts was demon king level. The 3 continents combined all the signs and quickly came to a conclusion: the Demon Alliance continent was about to return. Faced with this conclusion, the 3 continents were on guard against a great enemy. Because everyone knew that the Demon Alliance was the ruler of the entire world. The warning of the rain of blood meant only one thing: the current strength of the 3 continents was obviously not enough to fight against the Demon Alliance. Faced with this situation, not only were the Astral Souls continent and the Tao League continent anxious, but the Umno Alliance was also on guard against a great enemy. Because the Umno Alliance and the Demon Alliance had always been polar opposites and could not coexist. That was why the Flood Witch was seeking a breakthrough by transforming into the mortal dust. On the other hand, the Astral Souls continent had to worry about the threat of the Demon Alliance. On the other hand, they were worried that the Flood Witch's strength would surpass others after her breakthrough, which would cause the current situation to be unbalanced again. If the Flood Witch really broke through this time and reached the level of Zhu Wu, then the so-called oath would be useless in front of such a legendary expert. It might even evolve to directly swallow 2 continents and completely integrate the 3 continents to fight against the Demon Alliance. And the Flood Witch would have this strength as long as she broke through. By then, the Astral Souls continent and the Tao League would still be unable to avoid the fate of becoming slaves. Therefore, the Sky Patrol Minister who could restrain the Flood Witch immediately set off to transform into the mortal dust. Moreover, he had to use the body of a mortal to search for the legendary Phoenix Cry in Chi Mountain. In the end, it was just one sentence: it had been a long time since so many great wizards went out to battle at the same time. Now, it was picked out by Yudong Tian, the heavenly king of the right. Almost all the higher-ups of the 3 continents were shocked. What the fuck, is Yudong Tian looking for death? Begging for votes. I wanted to write up to 12,000, but I really can't write it. This chapter can be considered as filling up the hole in the previous chapter. It really burned my brain. Fortunately, I plagiarized part of the setting of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Otherwise, this would really be a pot of porridge. Hee hee. Chapter 650. There was a confrontation here. On the other side, the Tao League's 3 Pure Ones and 7 swords rushed over as if their butts were on fire. They had no choice but to do so. When were you going to fight? Was this a joke? But when they arrived, they found that the Umno Alliance's great shamans had already retreated. It was said that the Flood Witch found out about this when she was in seclusion and ordered them to return. The Flood Witch said very clearly, Yudong Tian wanted these things, but we didn't give them to him. That proved that he wanted them, and he would steal them if he wanted them. Who could you blame for not taking care of them? The great shamans felt wronged. They were confident in guarding against thieves. But who could guard against the heavenly king of the right? They could only go back. They would settle this score later. Thus, the 3 pure ones and 7 swords missed. But since they were already here, they had to sit down and teach Yu Dong Tian a lesson. Tell him what he could say and what he couldn't say. What he could do and what he couldn't do. How can you stand it if you're always so flustered every day? But after they met, the 3 pure ones and 7 swords reprimanded Yu Dong Tian for a while, and the heavenly king of the right, who was originally honest, expressed his sincerity. I accept all the criticisms, and I accept all the accusations. I was too impulsive. I admit my mistake. However, is it possible for the Tao Alliance to provide me with some assistance? Otherwise, I'll have to go to the Tao League. It's really troublesome. The 3 pure ones and 7 swords were so angry that they leaned back. Not only did you rob the Umno Alliance, but you also want to rob the Tao League in your plan. What do you want? Taoist Thunder was so angry that his beard was trembling. But what could he do in the face of such a troublemaker? I just want some cosmetics. Yu Dong Tian rubbed his hands and said, that's not a big deal, right? Taoist Thunder asked angrily, cosmetics? What cosmetics? 3 heavenly beauty flowers, 3 jade bone grass, 3 heavenly ice lotuses, and 3 snow jade lotus roots. Yu Dong Tian said, just these, Boss Thunder, you won't refuse, right? Whoosh! Taoist Thunder drew his sword. I'll give you this. Yu Dong Tian shouted, I'm telling you, this is what Antsuo wants. What's the use of these things? Your Antsuo wants it. Really? Taoist Thunder frowned. Yu Dong Tian said, these things aren't worth flaunting, right? You can just call and ask. Don't tell me you don't have a way to contact me. Taoist Lei frowned for a while and said, forget about the phone. Since your Antsuo wants it. He tilted his head and looked at Taoist Yun, give it to him. Taoist Yun's face twisted. Give it to me. Sigh. Taoist Thunder felt that he must have been retarded to make this trip. Yu Dong Tian got what he wanted, he got everything in his hands, he was so happy that he could not stop thanking him. Taoist Lei frowned and was extremely unhappy. He asked in an unpleasant tone, what does your Antsuo want these for? Are you really going to use it for beauty? Yu Dong Tian coughed. Of course, he did not dare to say that this was the punishment for using Antsuo's son as bait and causing her son to go missing. Besides, the matter of Uncle Zhua and Antsuo giving birth to pearls was top secret information that it's fine as long as I know. If I tell you, it won't be as simple as just looking for ingredients that he could only laugh dryly. What does she want these for? How would I know? I don't dare to ask. If it were you, would you dare to ask? Humph. Look at how your minister has spoiled his wife. She only knows how to beautify herself. Taoist Lei complained indignantly and waved his hand. Let's go. The higher-ups of the Tao League left in the blink of an eye. On the way, the 3 pure ones and 7 swords felt as if they had swallowed a big fly. What did they come here for? Boss, are we here to deliver cosmetics? Taoist Yun was unhappy and asked with a twisted face. Taoist Lei snorted. The last time you went to his house for dinner, I advised you not to go. You said you had a good relationship with him. In the end, you still owe me a path understanding fruit. Taoist Yun's face turned red and he was embarrassed. He said angrily, how many years has it been? Your path understanding fruit is gone. Taoist Hua, who was wearing an apricot yellow Taoist robe, was also furious. Let's not talk about the past. I cannot talk about it, but you have to pay the debt. You said it's gone, but it doesn't count. That's that. Taoist Lei said angrily. Their faces darkened and they did not say a word for a long time. There is only one path understanding fruit in the world. Where are we going to find it for you? Forget it. I'll just let you talk to me a little. Sigh. I can't afford to offend you here and there. I've had enough of this life. The battle of the Heavenly King of the Right shocked the world. The whole continent was in a mess. There were only 12 grand wizards in the Umno Alliance. This time, 9 of them wanted to kill him. The Flood Witch was still in seclusion. If she came out, there would be 10 of them. Yu Dongtian sounded tough on the surface, but his heart was beating like a drum. This time, he really made a big mess. Even the highest level of the Dao Alliance was alerted. That he even caused the King of Zwolu to suffer from internal injuries. He would not be able to fight at full strength for a while. What the fuck? Sigh. Yu Dongtian then looked at the 5 venerables who were badly injured. Yu Dongtian put on a happy expression and said, "Let's go. Let's go back to heal and drink. This time, we've won a big victory." Everyone rolled their eyes. This time, we've won a big victory. Don't you feel guilty when you say that? You should say that the big thieves are all disabled, okay? To think that we're your trusted subordinates. Before we went, we didn't even know that you were going to steal so many things. How could you be so careless? When Yu Dongtian was looking for the King of Zwolu, he realized that the couple had disappeared without a trace with the 8 messengers. There was only a voice message on the phone. Yu Dongtian, don't look for me if you need anything in the future. Don't look for me even if you don't need anything. From now on, I don't recognize you. Fuck. Yu Dongtian cursed. You're actually being arrogant. Then, he took out his phone and called the King of Zwolu. There was only a busy tone. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Fuck, he was blacklisted. Yu Dongtian held the phone and muttered to himself, is there a need to blacklist such a small thing? Is there a need to blacklist me? Let's go and drink by ourselves. Why do you have so many problems? Yu Dongtian cursed and left with his men. Behind him, Commander Dongfang was covered in cold sweat. It was cold now. Commander Dongfang even felt that his sweat had turned into ice. Fuck, I was scared to death. A world war almost broke out here. But what can I do with this little army of mine? Yu Dongtian, you son of a bitch. Even though his rank was not high enough and Commander Dongfang did not dare to scold him, he had already cursed the Heavenly King of the Right in his heart. Can you make it any scarier than that? 9 great wizards arrived at the Sun Moon Pass. Fuck you Dongtian, you're really a talent. No, you're a genius. Dongfang, do you want a drink? Yu Dongtian's voice came from afar. No. Commander Dongfang gritted his teeth and walked to the door. Heavenly King of the Right is so considerate. If you have something to do next time, go to the south or the north. I'll be very grateful. He shut his mouth before he finished speaking. Because Yu Dongtian was long gone. With a bang, Marshal Dongfang kicked the chair over. Fuck. Go fucking dog. You're thousands of miles away, and you're still asking me if I want a drink. You're nowhere to be seen. Even if I want to go, where can I find you? Can't you show some sincerity? That Yu Dongtian, who had walked far away, was pulled into a group chat. In this group, the 12 great wizards, the 7 swords of the Tao League, and the Heavenly King of the Left were all there. However, there was another person that Yu Dongtian had not seen in a long time. Father. Why are you here too? I can roam the east. I heard that you were very impressive today, so I came to see how impressive you are. Dizzy balls crazy. Ahem. Why are you still using this name? It's better to change your name. I can roam the east. He felt that it was a bit embarrassing for his father, the Emperor Zhaixing, to use this name in a group chat. Then, the Emperor Zhaixing, who used the pseudonym Dizzy Balls Crazy, no longer had a chance to speak. The entire group chat was flooded with comments. The voices and words of the 12 great wizards scolding the East flooded the group chat like an avalanche. In just a few seconds, the entire group chat was flooded. The number of voices and words of scolding the East reached more than 700 within a dozen seconds. It was obvious how furious the 12 great wizards were at this moment. Among them were a few laughing and punching the ground emojis from the King of Zwolu. Similar messages like, "You Dong Tian, are you still human? You Dong Tian, you're not human. You despicable, shameless man. Fuck you Dong Tian. Fuck you. Your 5 elements are deficient, and your life is wicked. Fuck you." These words were simply repeated over and over again, repeating over and over again. There was still more to it, and each wave was higher than the last. Yu Dongtian calmly turned off his phone, put it into his pocket, and continued on his way. The Heavenly Venerable was curious. "Heavenly King, you're also in this group chat. It's so lively. What group is this? They're so active in sending messages. What did they see?" They only saw the messages pouring in like a waterfall. They were very curious. Yu Dongtian said calmly, "This group, you can say it's my fan group. I just went in to take a look and everyone is so passionate. What do you think I should do? I should leave as soon as possible." The Venerable Ones immediately understood. "So that's how it is. I understand. Fanatical fans are all like this. But the Heavenly King actually flooded his fan group. I'm really impressed. He's so approachable and friendly." Yu Dongtian smiled demurely. "Keep a low profile, keep a low profile." After a full half an hour, Yu Dongtian took out his phone again and entered the group chat. There were already more than 7,000 messages in the group chat. Now, all of them were scolding weakly. "Can we still discuss serious matters? You can't scold him to death. Scolding him is just useless anger. What's the use?" Dizzy Balls Crazy asked. No one said anything for a long time. "Who scolded him just now?" Dizzy Balls Crazy asked. Chapter 651. My son provoked you, but I didn't. Dizzy Ball was crazy. Fuck your whole family. Dizzy Ball was crazy. You dare to call me a dog? Give me an explanation. It's not a big deal, but it's not right to scold old you. You people like to scold people and bring their parents into it. That's not good. Those who scold should leave the group first. Flood Monstrous immediately made a decision. Do you think I don't know what you two are thinking? It's fine that your son came to steal a wave, but now you actually came out to criticize him, and you still want some compensation. Why don't you die? Then. Wind Emperor Great Witch left the group chat. Great Witch Dan Kong left the group chat. Great Witch Ice left the group chat. Great Witch Fire left the group chat. Flood Monstrous was speechless. In the blink of an eye, 11 of the 12 Great Witches left the group. The Flood Witch was instantly depressed, extremely depressed. It's fine if a few of them left the group symbolically, but why did all of them leave? The other Great Witches expressed that they didn't want to stay in the same group as Yu Dongtian. Especially when his father was still here, we were pulled down by him for no reason, we were not happy. The Flood Witch rubbed her forehead with a headache. Damn it. What a headache. Let's discuss things, I'll tell them after we're done. Flood Monstrous. Okay. Let's start, ha ha ha. It was so fierce just now, now it's finally stopped, so peaceful. East sky let me swim. Fuck your father. You little dog. Flood monstrous. Dad, he scolded me. East sky let me swim. He scolded you, I really can't. Dizzy ball was crazy. Ha ha ha. Laughing emoji, I'm on the left side. He scolded too lightly. Sanching Lei said. If others saw the chat in this group, they would definitely be scared to death, or it would be a big surprise, and they wouldn't dare to believe it. Among this group of people, especially among each other, which one of them didn't have a blood feud? No matter who they met, they would kill them as soon as possible. When they met on the battlefield, no one would show mercy. When they could kill, they would cut faster than anything else. When there was a chance to kill, they would definitely not let it go. But now, the chat was particularly harmonious. Some people would definitely not understand. Are you guys playing around with the other people from the 3 continents? However, judging from the long years that these people had lived, they were actually the loneliest group of people in the world. They didn't have many people to chat with. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if one of them killed the other, the killer would be depressed for a long time. Because in this world, there was one less person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him and talk to him as an equal. He felt even more lonely. In other words, the one who was killed was freed. It was this kind of contradiction, this kind of incomprehensible relationship. It was just that everyone had reached the point where they cherished their enemies very much. Actually, their current chatting wasn't their limit. Over the years, the Sky Patrolling Throne and the Great Flood Shaman had fought many times. Later on, the things that the two of them did were even more shocking. During the day, they fought with their lives on the line, fighting for an entire day. Drinking and chatting merrily at night, they drank the whole night. During the day, they fought to the death, and at night, they talked about everything. When they were drunk, they would lie down and snore in front of the other party. The other person would silently guard. Wake up and fight again. Fight to the death, that this was a very special group. After the scolding, they quickly decided on the matter of the spatial ruin. From the Wizard Alliance, the Great Wizard of the Flood, the Great Wizard of the Raging Fire, the Great Wizard of the Dan Kong, the Great Wizard of the Ice Underworld, and the Great Wizard of the Wind Emperor had arrived. Dao League, 7 swords all came. Astral souls, heavenly kings left and right, Emperor Zhai Xing, the 3 great commanders, the Minister of Finance, and the 3 inspectors of the cabinet came together. The above people were the leaders. A month later, they would bring their own people and gather at the Starlight Mountains. About a minute after the discussion, the Flood Witch proposed that Golden-Scaled Witch, Boundless Witch, Burning Candle Witch, and Non-Poisonous Witch also wanted to come. Dao League and Astral Souls said at the same time, it's not a problem for all 11 witches to come, but Non-Poisonous Witch can't come. Non-Poisonous Witch applied to join the group. After he was approved, he complained in the group chat. Why was everyone else allowed to go, but he couldn't? He said that he wanted an explanation and promised that he wouldn't attack. I'm just going to drink and play around, okay? Non-Poisonous Witch asked angrily. 7 swords and heavenly kings left and right chuckled. No. Others can, but you can't. If you insist on coming, we'll kill you together. The non-poisonous shaman continued to rage in the group. Her mouth was full of filth, and the 18 generations of female ancestors who heard of her were all implicated. After a round of scolding, they left the group in a daze. 3 pure ones and 7 swords left the group. Heavenly kings left and right left the group. There were only 2 people left in the group. The Flood Witch and Non-Poisonous Witch. Non-Poisonous Witch, crying emoji, crying emoji, crying emoji. He hoped that he could get the Flood Witch's sympathy and take him out to play. The next moment, Flood left the group. The group is disbanded. In a faraway place in the No Alliance. A sorrowful and angry roar resounded through the sky. Why? Why can you all go out to play but I can't? Why? Why did you treat me like this? That voice, that tone, it was simply sad to see and tearing up. It was too miserable. Play. It had always been what non-poisonous witch yearned for the most, but in his life, not many people dared to play with him. On the other hand, play. In fact, this was the biggest purpose of this Starlight Mountain Range gathering. In other words, these leaders were actually taking this opportunity to come out to play, chat, and drink. The ones who were really working were definitely not them. In other words, they came this time to use their official position for personal gain. These people's behavior was outrageous. But everyone in the 3 continents said, how interesting. But absolutely no one said, not doing proper work. Just as the higher-ups of the 3 sides were having a secret meeting deciding on the leader of the exploration team in the Starlight Mountain Range. Qin Fangyang had already rushed to Shangjing through the night. His first stop was to call Zhou Xiaoyan. He didn't get through on the first call, so he first went to Yunduan High School and found teacher Cui Shangyan. During the Starlight Mountain Range hunt, teacher Cui Shangyan had expressed his support for Zhou Xiaoduo and specially opened an account to threaten Hades' palace. However, when he received the 3,000 kilograms of king beast meat that Zhou Xiaoduo asked Qin Fangyang to send, teacher Cui Shangyan fell into a state of shock on the spot. He never thought that Zhou Xiaoduo would actually have such a generous reward. Thank you, teacher, for supporting Xiaoduo when he was at the end of his rope. My heart is very warm. I haven't seen you for a long time, but I still miss you. Thank you, teacher. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope that teacher won't refuse. Zhou Xiaoduo's letter was very short. But Cui Shangyan's eyes were red. This was just a small token of his appreciation. Cui Shangyan felt that if he refused this small token of his appreciation, he was afraid that the principal would come over to chat with him on the spot. It was not impossible for him to leave the north and south to fight things. Thank you. Cui Shangyan shook Qin Fangyang's hand excitedly. Thank you, students Zhou Xiaoduo. I, Yunduan High School, will always be grateful. On the other side, the principal of Yunduan High School had already lost his cool and came out. The principal, who was patrolling the campus with his telepathic thoughts, did not expect a windfall from the sky. While Cui Shangyan was excited, the principal almost could not help but rush out and give him a kick. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and accept it. Don't put on a pretentious act of declining. What if he takes it seriously? Why are you so hesitant? Are you out of your mind? Now that he had accepted it, of course the principal had to say a few words on behalf of Yunduan High School. What if Cui Shangyan took the meat away himself and only gave it to his own students? He had to keep it. Keep it all. The principal expressed his heartfelt welcome and gratitude to Qin Fangyang. He especially appreciated Zhou Xiaoduo and regretted not being able to come to Yunduan High School for further studies. He said a lot of good things and pulled Qin Fangyang's hand, not letting him go. He had to show his hospitality as a host. Qin Fangyang spent a lot of effort to get away. He was even forced to leave his contact information and confirm the time of their meeting before he was let go. As soon as he got away, he heard the principal and teacher Cui Shangyan arguing in a low voice. Our class must take more. These are all mine. You are abusing your power for personal gain. You are unscrupulous. Nonsense. These are all the schools. It was Xiaoduo who thanked me. It was Xiaoduo who gave it to Yunduan High School. Didn't I allow you to post? Don't you know that water has roots and trees have roots? You still want to be a teacher. Where are your morals? Qin Fangyang didn't care who won or lost. He took a big detour and found Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu. The two were so excited and surprised that they couldn't believe it. He gave them 200 pounds of meat and watched them eat their first bite. After the two finished digesting, Qin Fangyang didn't stay and directly asked to leave. The two reluctantly sent Qin Fangyang out. Wan Lixiu pulled Qin Fangyang's sleeve with her little finger and didn't let go. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. She didn't want to let go. She was like a little girl who couldn't bear to part with her father. Qin Fangyang comforted her in every way possible before he was able to get away. However, after walking a few feet, he heard Wan Lixiu crying behind him. She cried so heartbroken that it moved his heart and soul. Qin Fangyang hardened his heart and left. Long Yuxing only comforted Wan Lixiu. It took him an entire afternoon. The little girl cried until her eyes were like two peaches. Then Qin Fangyang went to Ancestral Dragon High School to find Ding Shulan. Teacher Ding Shulan and teacher Cui Shangyan had the same reaction. Moreover, Ding Shulan was more emotional. She was so emotional that her tears flowed out. Good child. I knew that Xiao Duo is a good child. Nothing will happen to him. I'm really ashamed to accept it. But this gift is sent to my heart. For the sake of the student's future, I can't not accept it. I'll be thick-skinned and accept it. Sigh, thank you so much. Ding Shulan pulled Qin Fangyang and insisted on going to the principal's office. Qin Fangyang was so scared that he left. He had been flattered too many times. He didn't want to experience it again. I really have something to do. I'll take my leave now. Qin Fangyang really didn't want to experience what happened at Yunduan High School again. Just as Qin Fangyang left, the principal of Ancestral Dragon High School had already rushed out of the office building. If he was a second or half a second late, he might not be able to leave. Sua Xiao Duo, you're really not bad. You're really a good child who values relationships and righteousness. Ding Shulan had been repeating this sentence for a few years. Every time she thought about it, her heart would feel warm. Teacher owes you a favor. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that Sua Xiaoyan's call finally got through. When she heard that Qin Fangyang was coming over to deliver something for Sua Xiao Duo, Sua Xiaoyan almost couldn't maintain her ice-cold image. She immediately flew out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and rushed over in a hurry. Sua Xiaoyan's plan to invite Qin Fangyang to dinner fell through. Qin Fangyang didn't want to delay and was leaving tonight. He took the king beast meat and a bowl-sized centipede pearl back to his room and closed the door. Sua Xiaoyan's smile was like a blooming flower. He 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 he. Doggy, to think that you still want to give me a gift. He 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 he. Doggy 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 doggy. Sua Xiaoyan's beautiful big eyes turned into crescents. At this moment, her image was poles apart from the image of the spiritual goddess and the ice goddess. It was as if she was a completely different person. She foolishly rolled around on the bed and smiled like a blooming flower. Doggy 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 doggy, you naughty little fool. You're so obedient and good-looking. You're my good doll. Waha. Sua Xiaoyan suddenly felt an itch in her hands. It had been a long time since she pinched Sua Xiaoduo's ears. Her hands were itching. She rubbed her hands. Roar. Go back and pinch. If I eat this meat, you won't be able to catch up with me. Roar. Sua Xiaoyan buried her head in the blanket and laughed. Her two long legs kicked happily outside the blanket. Her heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Under the blanket, a bowl-sized centipede pearl was sparkling and translucent. It was dreamy and illusory. In the light, Zhou Xiaonian's smiling face was a little red. She was like a budding flower that was about to bloom, revealing two petals that were the most beautiful in the world. Something came up. 2 updates. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.